How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing?
I'm good.
Doing pretty good. I made ham and bean soup tonight, and I'm very excited.
Excellent.
Sounds delicious.
Yeah, Joy and I got boosted today, so
Nice.
times.
I got the Moderna, which I have not gotten before, and I passed out at 4 o'clock and woke up at like 6:45, and I still want to just go back to bed. I switched shifts with someone tomorrow because I was like, no way am I going to open. I'm going to sleep right through my shift.
Nice. Well, I'll try and get us off early then. So I am so glad to be back. Thank you everybody for understanding. I was really shitty last week, so
How you feeling now?
a lot better. Yeah, I'm still a little like sluggish, but outside of that, I'm much better. So, alrighty, good to be back. Alright. Everything looks like it's going good. Let's see. I have to. I think the camera is a little off there. All right. Perfect. All right. So just like last time, I'm just gonna do our announcements, opening credits, and then we'll jump right into it. And for those who I don't have addresses for, if you would be so inclined to message me your address, I have things to send folks. So whenever you get the chance, it doesn't have to be right away. But I would definitely like to get it to you for Christmas if possible. But oh, and I see that Gene has made a nice order of things from the merch store. Thank you, Gene.
Yeah.
I was going to buy stuff for him and I forgot, but he remembered, so there you go.
So yeah, I had fun putting together those new things. I'm going to talk about it in the announcements really quick, but I was glad I was able to do those. Yeah, and that restream over Thanksgiving actually went pretty well. It was a nice test. I was able to stream to Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live simultaneously. It worked out pretty well, but there were some glitches. It did show me like I need a hell of a lot more processing power than I currently have. My computer was able to handle it, but just barely. So that it is good to know for any time I want to do that in the future. But I had wanted to try that for a while. I'm glad I had the opportunity because now I know what to do next time should I need to do that.
Buy a whole dedicated computer just to that single process.
No, I wish I could be that extravagant. But we'll see what happens. Like that'll be the great problem to have, which I don't have right now. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Tyranny of Dragons. I am Mr. DM, and with me are my wonderful players. I'm so excited to see all of you. Hello. So, so we're going to do some quick announcements, and then we will jump right into it. So, for the announcements, to the announcement screen. Yeah, so anybody who knows the old Batman show knows what I just did. All right, so very quickly, before we get started, hold on, I'm being distracted. Okay. All right, so before we get started, so very quickly, first thing is that we have new merch items. If you haven't seen them already, we actually posted them right before Thanksgiving, but I wanted to make sure folks actually got to see the new things that we posted. So I'm going to put them up really quick so everybody gets to actually see what they are. So the first thing you're seeing, well, actually, let's go back real quick. First thing you're seeing is our new mug. All right, so this is the picture that is actually on one of the new mugs. This is also Tyranny of Dragons. It is called a variant because it is a different group picture. But this is a mug that you can purchase in the merch store currently. We also did another mug for Iron Helm. Again, you're going to see some things that are actually inspired from our Lost Mine of Phandelver campaign. This being one of the key moments and elements. I'm not going to tell you what that's from. You're going to have to just go to our YouTube and watch all of them to find out where this actually comes into play. But it was a very, very clutch moment in that game. And I was happy to actually make some merch for that. Next thing is you will see the sticker. First rule of Wizard Mafia, there is no Wizard Mafia. Yeah, just gonna leave that there. And there is no Wizard Mafia. I don't care what everybody says. This is again another for Iron Helm, but this is actually a huge gaming mat. So much like a mouse pad material, but it is huge, and you can actually it's good for your Magic the Gathering cards. It's good for just putting it down if you have, like, for example, I personally have a glass desk. That's perfect for having a glass desk, for your mice, for anything else that you have on your desk that you don't want, moving around. This is a huge gamepad. So it was perfect for the Iron Helm saying right there. The next one is there's a Wizard Mafia t-shirt. There is no Wizard Mafia because if a sticker isn't gonna convince you, wearing a t-shirt will absolutely convince you that there is no Wizard Mafia. And then, of course, who can forget the wanted poster for Gorple, where he was very insulted because
only 25 gold.
And it was a picture of a frog, which was not him. So he was just very confused, very, very upset. But clearly it is Gorple. And it came out so good. I'm so glad it came out great. And then I think that's it. So that's the new merch that you can currently find in store. And then just as a reminder, if you are a tier 1 subscriber, you get 5% off all your purchases. If you're a tier 2 subscriber, you get 10%, and a tier 3 subscriber gets a whopping 15% off of your purchases in our merch store. So if you subscribe here on Twitch, you get automatically discounted. It's awesome. I'm really glad I was able to do that for everybody. Additionally, I as always, I do like to always pimp out my friends here because they are amazing people who are amazing content creators, amazing storytellers. You will see all of their goodness and all of the things that they do during our break. We always put up their information. And I want to congratulate John, who just put out Tales of the Left Hand on Audible, book 1. Congratulations, John. John is a very humble man, but I will continue to pimp his shit out because damn it, he's talented as hell. So yeah, congratulations, John, for getting book one on Audible. And again, if you're into swashing your buckles and magic and piracy and all of that good stuff, including him doing the voice work in all of the voice work, please, 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 especially if you have Audible, those free credits that you have, throw them his way, because oh my god, awesome stuff. And of course, that's not to say that the rest of the group doesn't have great projects and things in the works as well. Please support all of their stuff. Again, you'll see all of that information. His website is still up, so you can still get good information on Tales of the Left Hand, but it is on Audible. So definitely, if you have Audible, check that out as well. I just wanted to really just like kind of, I was so happy when I saw that it was on Audible. I was so happy for you. But yeah, so that's pretty much as far as the immediate announcements. And just as a reminder, as the holidays approach, we will not be streaming let's see, the week of Christmas, which is in 2 weeks. And yeah, I think that's it. So the week of Christmas will be off. So the 22nd, we would normally be doing a stream. We will not be doing a stream on that week. Just even though folks may have their schedules open, the real issue is it's just a holiday week. Things are going to be crazy, all around, and so scheduling and such. So just to make sure that my players are trying to conserve whatever sanity they might have around these holiday season, we will not be streaming that week at all. None of our games, no Friday Night Magic, none of that good stuff. But we do wish everybody, we're going to keep wishing you all happy holidays as we approach, but I wanted to make sure folks knew that. And this Friday will not be Friday Night Magic. I will not be around to stream. So there won't be any Friday night. There's lots of new stuff going on with Magic the Gathering right now anyway, especially on Arena. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the new stuff that's actually dropping tomorrow, the new Alchemy sets. And I've, for those who follow Magic, the Gathering Arena, it doesn't affect paper Magic. It's only affecting the actual Arena, the stuff that's digital. Still trying to wrap my head around it, and I think it's actually really good that I won't be streaming this Friday, because it's going to help me. This weekend should probably help me figure out exactly what Alchemy does, how that's going to affect Magic, moving forward. I'm still going to be doing it, but they've been dropping sets faster than normal. There's just so much going on. So taking that week, going to take care of that as well. So no Magic this Friday, but there will be our Wild Mount campaign tomorrow, on Thursday. So that's pretty much all I have as far as our announcements are concerned. So with that, gonna roll. I love saying this. We're gonna roll our opening credits, and we will be back.
I may be reminded as to exactly what it was we were doing.
Well,
I think
I'm about to
picking up
remind
on-
everybody.
Perfect.
I'm about to remind you all what we were doing.
Thank you.
Okay, just really quickly, because thank you, Julia, for reminding me. Some of us are going to be at PAX this weekend. So you can, we'll be us, but you can actually, if you're going to be at PAX Unplugged in Philly this weekend, we'll be there. So you can just follow us, find us if you can. I mean, we're going to be masked up, and I'm not going in costume, but I'm going to be themed, I guess would be.
I'm going in costume.
Okay. I'm wearing my. Okay, so most of you already know I love my dad shirts, or Hawaiian shirts, or however you want to call them. And so I will be wearing my red pirate themed, Hawaiian shirt, because we are all Julia. We're going to be playing some obviously D&D this weekend, but we are in Julia's pirate crew. We are feminist pirates, and she is our captain. And so I will be themed accordingly. So if you see a bright red Hawaiian shirt with skulls and crossbones all over it, you've at least found one of us. But if you're going to be at PAX Unplugged, we're going to be there as well. So I hope to see you there. It'd be great if you actually find us. Please say hello to us if you do see us. All right. So with that, all right. So because it's been almost 2 weeks. It has been 2 weeks. Last time we were together, not only had the town of Greenest begun making their way slowly from the keep, as it seemed the siege and raid of this town had, at least for the moment, finished. Your group was asked by Governor Nighthill to possibly find out more information, try and find out where these raiders were coming from, what their future plans might be. Are they planning on returning to Greenest? And if at all possible, returning any goods that you could possibly find, but information being more important than anything else. You had agreed to do so. And you also had met with a young monk by the name of Nessim Waladra, who had talked with you about trying to possibly find his master, Leosin Erlenthar, a half-elf monk as well, who was either infiltrating the group of raiders or, even more possible, captured by them. And so in finding out that you were going to track down the group that had left and try and get some answers, this young monk asked you to see if you could find any information. If you could find him, that would be great. But at the most, find out his whereabouts and try and bring him back safe. You had agreed to do that as well. And you eventually found where you had left your cart, along with your retired warhorse Hank, and disguised as a number of cultists, you all began to follow the large swath of road that these raiders had made as they left, moving southeast of Greenest. As you continued on your trek a few hours out of Greenest, you did come across a trail of smoke. Quarple had used his flying companion, Knack, to scout out ahead. Came back with the information that there was a group of individuals ahead. After scouting it out, you realized that it wasn't probably the best place for a group to kind of settle down or whatever it was that they were doing. But you decided that you would sneak up on them and not really made a plan from that point. You just wanted to sneak up on them. So Basha, you are invisible and you have made your way into the actual area where you found that there was a group of 4 humans, not in cultist outfits, but they were all dressed in like different types of like leathers, and they seemed more mercenary looking than anything else. And they were also accompanied by a number of kobolds as well. And as you made your way into the camp undetected, you did realize that there was a dynamic where the kobolds were being thrown pieces of meat and kind of kicked to the side by these humans, and the humans seemed to be kind of cooking some food over a small fire and barking orders at the kobolds and kind of laughing at them and making fun of them as well. Their weapons off to the side, leaning on a rock, not near them, within easy reach of them. You just kind of snuck into the camp to see this. The rest of you had begun making your way down, and as you got closer, you could see the road began to kind of descend slightly, and gave you a perfect view of these individuals who have their backs to you. And so you decided that you were going to sneak up on them, but there wasn't much of a plan, at least no plan that you gave me from that point on. But
yeah,
at this moment, all of you are undetected. Basha is literally in the middle of the camp. And the rest of you are beginning to make your way down towards the camp. And I still have your stealth rolls. Where
I thought
Gorple actually stealthed into another campaign with a 37. But that's kind of where we are in this moment. So I'm gonna actually, if you want to begin discussing or what have you, I'm going to open up the actual map so you can see.
Yeah, we didn't have a plan, did we?
I thought we did.
No, we're on brand for this.
Cool.
This is our.
Yeah,
no.
that's on brand. I just
So
wanted to make
I thought
sure.
I thought it was me and Bocek were sneaking around with Basha, where our Dragonborn and Drovar on the cart were going to keep going, see if they could talk their way.
Oh, right. They were going to see
And
if
they couldn't talk their way through, we were in position to just thunder fuck whatever happened.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Okay,
that sounds.
cool.
That's on brand. Yeah.
Also, do we know? We don't know if the monk is with this group or are they with another group? Like, we don't know.
No,
right?
you don't know. You have a description of the monk, but outside of that, you don't know where this monk could be or what have you.
If I'm close enough, I'm just gonna start looking to see if I can see one of them's a half elf or not.
Okay.
Just to see if maybe they match the description when we get there. Like,
sure.
yeah.
Well, you're in the middle of the camp right now, so you can actually place yourself in there if you'd like, and the rest of you can actually put yourselves where you'd like. I don't have a mini for the wagon, so we'll play it by ear.
I placed myself there, but I figure we're just about to come out of the trees and start, rolling into view.
Right.
I was gonna say, am I actually further in than that? Because I'll move closer in. Because you said literally I'm in the middle of the camp. So am I like actually like in there with them? Because I can.
Yeah, you're in the. You actually walked slightly past them, if I recall.
Right, I'm gonna say I'm like there. Like
Yeah, that's perfect. You're actually, so the rock that you're at is actually where you see they have like there's at least 4 spears, just like leaning up against that rock, and
cool.
the individuals make a. I mean, you're so close. Actually, yeah, you wouldn't even have to make a perception check. You can see that 3 of them are human, and 1 of them is half elf, but they're all joking and talking to each other. None of them seem to be either in duress or anything.
And it doesn't mean that he's not, but we weren't sure if he was infiltrating or not. So which one, just so I know, which one is the half elf?
The one that's actually closest to you, I will put a red.
Cool.
I'll put a red circle around them.
Neat. Man, look at all these spears. It'd be a shame if something happened to them. No, it's fine.
But yeah, so that's essentially where you're at at the moment. And the kobolds, they're kind of in their small little group. They're currently like they're chewing on bones and whatever meat they've been thrown at this point. Not really paying attention. And Basha, you can see that the kobolds have their weapons with them. They have little daggers. They have like little pouches on them. And they also have slings that are kind of like hanging off of their ratty little belts. So what would you all like to do?
I imagine myself and Drovar are going to make our way up to the camp.
Yeah, I think we gave them a certain amount of time and said, okay, if that's the point, you'll be on the cart. And they're like, all right, let's go.
All right. And every one of you is wearing a cultist's outfit, right?
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay. Alrighty. So Drovar and Amala, you begin on the cart. You begin kind of making your way towards the actual group. You get to, we'll say, let's see. Yeah, we'll say I'm going to put you both right about here as you get to this point as you're driving up to the cart. And Hank, being Hank, is just very quietly, not even nickering, making any noise, just kind of, but the wheels of the cart are making their, sound as they, as they get closer. And you almost are kind of like sitting there for a moment, waiting for them to actually acknowledge you. The humans don't, the humanoids, the group of humanoids around the fire don't actually turn right away, continuing to talk amongst themselves and just like, very loud and boisterous. The kobolds, however, as they see you approach, they go, and they begin to bolt into the bushes. Just kind of almost like as they heard the wagon approach, and just kind of jumped in like they were just scared of the noise, and they begin to kind of move into the bushes. And for your benefit, let's see, they actually disappear into the bushes. As that happens, the humanoids just kind of turn and look at them, and they're just as they look at them, they look pretty confused, and then they turn around and notice you. They kind of stare at you for a moment. Do you say anything?
I will just, if they're kind of look him in the eye, and I just nod. But it's like, if we've got to talk, start with Draconic, but otherwise, welcome.
I'm going to wave and say hello in Draconic.
All right. So you wave at them, and as you do, Basha, the mercenary that is closest to you, he leans next to the other his companion, and he begins whispering in his ear, I need you to make a perception check, Basha.
Oh, let's hope I can catch it.
I believe you're bonded to me because it was the 3 stealthy boys that were bonded, so you can add a d4. And with my passive perception of 18, do I have a chance of overhearing?
With passive perception, yeah, with 18, I would say yes. So, Basha, what'd you get?
I only rolled an 8, but I rolled a 4, so it's a 13.
13?
Not a 13, 12. Wait, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I can do math, I swear. It's a 12.
It's okay. No, that's enough. And yeah, so the both of you, you actually hear like a very quick interaction between the two. The one that leads in, he goes, Who the fuck are they? And the other one goes, I don't know. Well, you see what they're wearing, right? It doesn't smell great. And they all go to grab their weapons. I need everybody to roll initiative.
Yeah.
But yeah, Gorple and Basha, you definitely heard specifically what they said. All right.
Man, the dice hate me tonight, guys.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That doesn't bode well.
Or I'm getting it all out of the way right now, which does bode well.
You can use that D4 for our bond on initiative, and it's an ability check.
All
It's really
right.
not going to help much, but okay.
Okie dokie. Hold on one second.
Is the D4 a once ever roll, or is it like
once per round?
Oh.
All right.
For 10 minutes.
All right.
It's like baby's blessed guidance, but whatever.
All right. Hold on one second. Because my map doesn't want to show the right map. There we go. That's right. Yes, everybody saw a little peek into behind the scenes there on that. And yes, I consistently have fantasy name generator up while I'm doing this because there's no way in hell I am naming every single PC. As you have seen that we've named them after the letters of the alphabet, but it's good to have up anyway. Alrighty, so with that, let's start this encounter. Gorple, what'd you get?
22.
Nice. Drover?
21.
Ooh, very nice. Basha?
4.
Okay. Bocek?
23.
Wow, very nice. Amala?
14.
14. All right. And you. Okay. All right. So, as that happens, Bocek, you are up first. Gorple, you're on deck.
All right. I'm just going to rush up to the first guy I see grabbing his weapon
Okay.
and make my first attack on him with my monk weapon. Non-lethal if possible.
Okay.
That's 9 damage on the first hit.
What was the hit? Would you get to?
Oh, Jesus, I'm sorry. It was a 27 to hit.
Okay, yeah, no. Oh, that definitely hits. That definitely
Yeah,
hits.
sorry. I just saw the number and I'm like, yeah, that hits.
The day that
I
Chris
completely forgot to say it out loud.
Yeah.
The day that the DM says it misses when it's 27 will be a bad day for all of us.
Oh yeah. But I was just like,
but memorable.
yeah.
Yeah.
Bocek doesn't like to worry about pesky armor and shit. He's just gonna damage people through armor, with armor, without. It doesn't matter. 9 damage. All right. You come running up on him, and you take the butt of your sword and slam it into the back of his head, and he goes down like a sack of potatoes. Unconscious, currently breathing, but you do see a trickle of blood where you did hit him start to kind of roll down. So he's unconscious, currently bleeding out, but he is breathing at this moment.
Sorry. You
I was gonna
first?
say, I love the idea of just like this 8-foot giant appearing out of nowhere and hitting this person.
Yeah, they didn't really seem to be paying attention, to be very honest. So
It's like Andre the Giant just suddenly walking out from behind a boulder and just walking right up to them, and no one realizes he's there until he's like right on them, like, ah!
like, what? Alrighty, so we'll just spin him around, show that he is no longer viable. Alrighty, so anything else, Bocek?
Take a 5 feet of movement. Oop, accidentally copied Bocek again.
Love copying Bocek.
Take 5 feet of movement to make my second attack on this guy.
Mm-hmm.
That's a natural 1.
Ooh. So as you hit the first guy and he just goes down, the second guy, they haven't grabbed their weapons yet, right? So they're in motion to go grab their weapons, but they haven't made their sees you coming at him like this rushing bulldozer, and just like and just like drops to the ground momentarily and then pops up, and you just complete whiff. I will say that you were expecting to hit something, so the momentum of you not actually hitting something makes the sword just fly out of your hand momentarily, and it does drop in front of you. So you are without your weapon at the moment. It's at your feet, because you were expecting to actually hit something. But you are right at this moment. You are unarmed. Not that that's really a problem for you.
Oh no, they've disarmed the monk.
Yeah. So, but yeah. So, what would you like to do now?
Bonus action: kick the guy that ducked. Still trying to aim for non-lethal.
Oh, still okay. Also non-lethal. All right, go for it.
I'm going to use that emboldening thing. $19 to hit.
19 does hit.
And that's 7 damage that I kick him with.
Okay. So yeah, as he ducks down and your sword just right into the ground. As he begins to get up, you see how close your foot is to his face. And just wham! And as you do, he is wearing like this leather cap with some like steel rivets. You remember that scene in Knight's Tale when you just see the helmet flying through the air into the crowd? That's what happens to this guy, along with a few teeth. And he gets up wobbling. He's still up, but he's up wobbling, bleeding from the mouth, and clearly doesn't know where he is. So technically speaking, I'm gonna say because that happened, he's technically stunned for until the end of your next round. So he's just kind of like trying to figure out where he is, but he's still up. He is still conscious.
And that's where I'll end my turn.
Alrighty. Okay, so next up is Gorple.
So I'll pop out from the trees that I'm up in, and I'll have my bow drawn, and I'll shout down to them, "Surrender now! Don't reach for your weapons or you die." And then in Draconic, I yell to the kobolds, "Reveal yourselves!"
All right, make an intimidation check for me, please, Gorple.
Oh, that's a natural 1. Can I use one of our group inspirations?
Holy
please.
shit, that was quick.
You love your lizard long time.
No, see, he actually knows Draconic, so...
Not that time.
With that emboldening bond that I have because my friends are near me, that's a 23 intimidation. Turn that natural 1 into a 19.
Good for you. All right, so 19. All right, so...
No, it's a total of 23.
Oh, total 23. Okay. Let me see. All right, so I'm going to roll for the kobolds. Okay. And then I'm going to roll for the group of mercenaries. Okay. All right, so the 2 mercenaries who are up and conscious, and actually know where they are at this moment, turn and they look to you, and then they look at Bocek, and then they look back at Amala and Drovar, and they stop moving towards the rock and the weapons. Like they were making their way, and now they've just kind of like stopped, and they're slowly like kind of putting their hands up. The kobolds, you hear, and especially because of your passive perception, Gorple, they are running the other way. They're booking it.
Should I catch and make sure they know alert friends or some stupid shit like that?
Probably. I don't know. Or they might think we freed them. Let's talk to these guys. As I just kind of hold my bow drawn, but that's my whole action. I'm not doing anything else.
Okay.
Actually, I go, Knack, follow those creatures and report back to me in 10 minutes.
All right. There. And begins flying towards the kobolds, who are using their action and movement to literally just like they're running into the tree line. They're not going southeast. They are just booking it as fast as possible, the opposite way that you are all at. But Knack begins to just fly towards that direction and begins to follow your orders. But at the moment, the humans seem to be kind of listening to what you're saying. Drovar, you are up.
I'm just going to keep rolling the cart along.
Okay.
Not getting up. I just lean over to Amala and say, the dwarven secret to living so long as we do is we pick our fights, and this one's done.
All right. So you kind of move forward. As you move forward, that's all you're doing. You're just kind of getting closer up to the group.
I will, I if I can hold an action, if either anybody of these humans starts looking like they pick a fight, I'm going to bound out of the cart and split their head. But otherwise, I'm just holding the axe and just looking at them.
Okay. All right. So it's their turn now. So the one that's on the ground, I'm make a death saving throw for him. That's a success. The other one is completely still stunned. Like blood dripping from the mouth. He is missing at least 4 of like his top teeth. Like it just kicked them out. There is a large welt growing on his head where you actually did kick him. It's looking almost like a tumor at this point. It's like growing so fast. Still has no idea where he's at. The other 2 are still just kind of like standing there, not moving, with their hands up, looking, especially now that Drovar, you've driven the cart in, looking at you, Amala, just kind of looking up, it's like, fuck. Just had to fucking eat, right? He's like, I was hungry. It was just kind of standing there. Now, unless there's anything else you'd like to do combat-wise, it's Amala's turn.
All right. Amala's going to look over at Drovar and be like, man, so much for talking through this, huh? And
now this is the time to talk, but this is from a position of strength.
That's very true. And then she will make her way out of the cart and up next to Bocek right there. And I'm going to hold my action in case they try to like attack anyone.
Okay. No problem. Alrighty. And then Basha, you are up next.
I'm going to gather the spears that were not grabbed and then step away from that circle. And I'd also like to very intimidatingly have my spell book in my other hand and then like kind of like point the spears that I have now like at them and be like, don't try anything, because they can see me once I pick up the spears, right?
No.
Oh, they can't?
No.
Oh no, then never mind.
Just see floating
Sweet.
spears.
Well, I'm just gonna float the spears away then. I'm just gonna start taking them away.
As you start pulling the spears away, the guy that's near you goes, oh fuck, no, we gave up. And he's just kind of holding his hands up higher as these spears are now kind of just like floating in the air.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of like float them like intimidatingly in the air, so it's just Basha like. No one can see that.
Bocek's gonna put a hand on his temple and like look like he's concentrating.
Basha like moves closer to him, like
Bocek,
like he's.
I would like you to make either a deception or performance check for me while you're doing that.
Ooh, I have proficiency in performance.
Yeah, as a monk you would. Yeah.
It's only a 9.
9. As you're just kind of like holding your head to the temple, the one guy that's closest to you, Basha, is still like very very afraid, just staring at the spears. The other one is just staring at Bocek. Hey, you all right, mate? Your head hurts or something? You okay? You gotta take a shit. You look like you're concentrating real hard and it hurts. You all right?
Hey, shut up.
We're good. We're good.
All right. Yeah. You guys are whispering something that there's going to be a problem, and apparently there is. So why don't you just come out with what's going on here? And Amala, do you mind stabilizing that guy? He looks like he's bleeding real bad.
Yeah, I'll get on it.
Okay. Amala, are you proficient in medicine?
Well, I have my lay on hands.
Okay, if you want to use that, that's fine. I was just curious as to how you were going to stabilize.
I will spend 1 point to stabilize this guy.
Okay, so as you spend that 1 point, the bleeding does stop, and he's starting to rouse, but he's not up yet. He's just kind of like moaning on the ground at this point, which is a good sign. He wasn't making any noise prior to you giving him 1 hit point, but now he's just like, but he hasn't roused yet. He's beginning to kind of come around. But yeah, at this point we're out of initiative. The kobolds are just they're still running. You still watch. Knack is still following them. But the other one that has like no front teeth anymore is just kind of like standing. He eventually kind of gets out and goes, "Oh, what? How the fuck? I just bought those. Fuck!" And he's just kind of like, now he's looking around on the ground for his teeth, but then quickly realizes they're surrounded, and he sees his friends with his hands up, and he goes, "Oh, all right.
Hey, it could have gone a lot worse for you.
Oh, okay.
You maybe can find the things you lost on the ground somewhere. So, what are you doing here?"
We was eating, and he kind of points to the fire, and you can see these little, some kind of bird, like these little birds, like these plump little birds, just kind of on a spit, like a makeshift spit, and they're just kind of roasting them over a fire.
You didn't look pleased to see us, so like to know why.
The other two kind of like side eye each other. I'll leave it up to you, Drovar. Make a persuasion or intimidation check.
Oh, you know what I'm gonna go. Let me just get my sheet back up here. Nope, not that window. Okay. Oh, this damn character sheet disappeared on me. Hold on.
No!
I'm dead!
Drovar, no!
Colin without me! Okay, here we go.
Erased from existence.
It's only a 6. I mean, Drovar has like got his feet up on the cart. He's just like, yeah. This is well in hand. He's just being cheerful, like unnecessarily, and it's not working.
Yeah, they look confused, but not convinced enough, or scared enough, to kind of be forthright in this moment. And they just kind of side eye each other, and they're more confused at you just being so relaxed in your cultist outfit. Just kind of like telling them, "Yeah, just tell me what's going on." They don't seem very inclined to do so at this moment, and they actually stay tight-lipped.
All right, you guys.
But you want Bocek? You just want to punch one of them. The other one will talk to us.
No, this is what we're gonna do. we're going to separate them, torture them individually, and one of them will break it, and then we'll compare stories. So they can either cooperate or get tortured individually. I'm game for both.
It's a lot of work.
Not really.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, he gets these stretches and gets off the cart. He's like, yeah. Okay.
The half elf.
Yes, Bojack, you got a question.
Go ahead, Bojack.
I am not comfortable with torture, but
Well, you can go scout for a second.
okay, I'm gonna go look for the kobolds. La skips off.
Okay.
So the half elf does not seem to be moved at all. The human that's next to him, his buddy, looks very worried.
All right.
But, you can start talking, or we can get to
That's
the
easy.
fun stuff.
I'm just going to grab the human who's skittish by the belt and be like, come with me. We're going to go talk because you seem skittish. The half elf, he's not going to break, but that's fine. And I'll just start tugging him with me.
As you're pulling him away, the half elf, with his hands up, reaches out and just smacks the guy in the back of the head. He goes, "You don't say shit. I'll say nothing."
Listen, you're next, buddy, so you better hope he talks.
Yeah. I've been tortured by the best. You ain't got shit that I haven't seen before.
Have you ever been poisoned into not knowing what's real or not? Because that's going to happen.
Have you ever been frozen to death? I can do that to you.
He looks at you. He looks at you, Gorple. He goes, "I do that shit on the off weekends." And then he turns to you, Amala. He goes, "I'm joke's on you. I'm from Icewind fucking Dale."
I like the gumption on this one.
I mean, yeah, and I'll just kind of start pulling this guy like a little bit further away and be like, "You're coming with me, buddy."
Yeah, he's just kind of like, he's very weirded out by you. Like, he's just giving you like this. He's very confused by this whole situation, but he's not fighting you. He's moving along with you.
Yeah, and I'll just take him toward like past this rock, toward the edge of these trees.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, all right, and I just kind of like go to normal voice. I go, "Listen, why were you? I heard what you said to your friend when you were by your campfire when you first saw us come up. Just tell me what's going on, and why you were so scared of the cult, and what were you doing with all those kobolds?"
I'm gonna say, again, your choice: persuasion or intimidation. Make a persuasion or intimidation check with advantage.
I'm gonna attempt to persuade because I really don't want to torture this person.
Okay,
I really
right.
just want information. That will be a 17.
17. As you're asking him, these questions, he's trying to see if he could see like his companion. He goes, "All right, okay. Look, you all came into camp in those." He points to your cultist outfit. And he goes, "That group has already been gone and at the main camp for a couple days now. Anybody coming? It was weird seeing them coming from behind, so it was automatically suspicious because they were the first group to get back. So it smelled fishy. No offense. No, I'm not saying like you smell like the situation smelled fishy. I'm not trying to offend you. So that's what I meant. But this is wrong.
So did those kobolds work for you?
We're kind of forced to work with them, and they're little shits. So they gave them to us as just kind of like yeah, they could be useful, but worst case scenario, they could be meat shields. We was in charge of them. But they're disposable. They're kobolds. They breed. They breed like rabbits.
But you're a mercenary, so aren't you disposable as well?
He kind of like looks at it. I mean, if you want to be insulting, I guess, yeah.
I mean, you're just disposable with a price tag that if you die, they don't have to pay.
Well, that's why I personally like to get paid in advance. So, yeah, I guess.
What mercenary company do you guys work for?
It's not a mercenary company per se. It's just, I'm a sellsword, It's just, you pay me enough, I'll work for you. There's a lot of us,
You don't mind, like, robbing and burning towns? That's in your pay job? That's fine?
Yeah, it's part of the job. You pay me enough, I'll do what you need me to do.
How much was enough?
I mean, it's like contractee privilege. I really
it's not.
He just kind of now he like eyes you a little bit like
Listen, you're willing to sell out your friends and tell me all this information. You're willing to be bought.
How much you got?
That depends how much your life is worth.
Interestingly enough, that's not the first time I've heard that. So, and I've actually calculated this. If you look like in my pouch, or if it's okay for me to reach into it, I'm just gonna pull out a small. Yeah, and he kind of reaches into the pouch, and there's like this little, very small, like leather bound, like it looks like a little journal. And he kind of like flips to a couple of pages, and he hands it to you. And as you look at it, it says, "How much is my life worth?" And there's like a whole bunch of calculations of gold pieces and silver pieces, and it comes out to 145 gold pieces. And he goes, I've been asked this so many times, I literally had to sit down and figure it out, and that's
an unrealistic price. But how much is your rent you're hiring? So like, how much would it cost to buy you out of that contract?
Well, it's 10 gold a day. I got paid in advance for 3 days work. And I'm probably, depending how long they keep me at camp, that'd be, maybe another 3 or 4 days. So yeah, if you want to get, say a whole week, that's a fair price, Can
I make an insight check to see if that seems like a reasonable price?
Yeah, go for it.
Natural 20 for 25. I can add a D4, but I'm not going to.
Yeah, no, he totally seems to be on the level. Like that is his going rate. And he really believes like that'll be enough to buy him out. Because he doesn't have any clue how long he'll be at the actual camps. So he's kind of guesstimating, but he thinks like a week.
How loyal are you to this cause?
I am loyal to coin. So if they were going to pay me, say, 70 gold for the week, if you even paid me like, say, 80 or 90, I'll work for you then.
Okay. And I'll kind of be like, all right, and I'll drag him back.
Okay.
All right. So these guys, you're a bunch of mercenaries. You were hired by the cult. You thought it was suspicious that we came up behind you.
The half elf is like, you fucking talked, didn't you? He threatened me. He had like a sword in my balls. Look, he's right there. He's like right there. And I didn't want to lose I only got one left.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. And so he's like, so the half elf just looks at you and just rolls his eyes. The other one is like, yeah, it was suspicious.
All right.
Right, so these things aren't working. Okay.
So we have the choice. We either kill them because they're willing to work with an evil cult, or I guess we could hire them, but they're only as loyal to the coin as so far. And then
right. So they've been paid?
Apparently for 3 days.
So
the half elf smacks him on the back of the head. He kind of shuffles away from him out of his arm reach.
I mean, what are the rates?
10 gold a day.
Really? So he's drove our stops and he looks and like, so they've got 30 gold on them each.
Apparently.
Huh?
I'm gonna look to the half elf. Does he match the description at all of the guy we're looking for?
He does not.
I was gonna do something. Okay.
He does not. He does not match the description.
I would like to come out of the woods at this point and just point at the half-elf. You, do monk shit!
The half-elf looks at you, and he just goes, "Whoa!"
Perfect.
And then puts his hands back up.
Okay, I just kind of step away for a second with like a slight huddle with the other group. It's like, all right, look, if we're not going to kill them, let's at least take their money and send them off. I mean, or we're killing them. You know, do we think they're going to run back and try to get ahead of us and warn their employers?
Potentially. And also, Molly's going to walk over to the fire and take one of the birds off and just like take her mask off and just nom on it.
Yeah. You start nomming on it. And Amala, you can see the guy with no teeth is already on his knees, and he's kind of like looking through the grass, obviously looking for his teeth. He's not moving away from the group because clearly he keeps looking at all of you like, I don't want to die, I don't want to get hurt. The half elf is still like, he's giving attitude just like in his body language, but he's side-eyeing these floating spears that are like right next to him, like, and he's clearly intimidated by these spears, like not by you, not by any of you, but by these spears that are floating by his head.
Okay, I have idea that I think will work in everyone's favor.
All right.
We take money from all of them, but the money we get from half-elf we give to the other three. We let them go first, and then we leave half-elf to go last. Just because other three cooperate and half-elf being dick.
Well, the other three haven't cooperated. Two of them are unconscious, and one's looking for his teeth. And I mean, this one guy, he's got a lot of gumption. I think he's figured this is his end. He's going to make the best of it. So we either oblige him. I got a bad vibe off of him. I think he's going to be the one to go back and try to screw with us, just, to prove a point or something.
Well, less likely screw with us if we embarrass him in front of men. Men less likely to follow him then.
All right, so we take his money and give it to the others to pay them to go away?
Yes.
Then he can chase them down to try to get his money back?
Yes.
With no weapons?
Yes.
All right, that sounds good to
I
me.
really like that plan, Bojack. Good job.
Yeah, I'm pretty cool with that, man.
Okay, I walk up to the half-elf and it's just like, right, your money.
He just points down to a pouch on his belt.
I just take it
right.
And
doesn't seem very heavy.
Yeah, it's like, take it out.
It's 10 silver in there.
Right. Where's the rest?
Kind of looks
Probably
at you.
in his boot.
He kind of looks at you and rolls his eyes.
I'm gonna poke him in the helmet lightly with the spear. One of the floating spears. Just gonna like.
All right, so
the Wizard Mafia, you don't fuck with us.
Drovar, make an intimidation check with advantage.
Oh, thank you.
Because Basha is absolutely helping you right now with these floating spears.
Oh, there we go. It's a total of a 20.
Total 20? All right. He's got attitude. All right. He rolls his eyes. He gets poked in the head. He just... We don't keep the money on us. We got it. We stashed just outside of the actual campsite because, you don't carry this shit on you because you don't know who you're working with most of the time. Sometimes, and he turns to his companion, sometimes they got big fucking mouths or they'll try to stab you in the back. So you just hide your money. A good mercenary always does that.
That's a good idea. So where is it? Because if you try to get to it before we do, I'm going to kill you.
It kind of looks at you and looks down. It's just like, you've never been to the camp, so it's hard to describe it. It's like on the northern edge of the camp, there's this weird twisty tree. I kind of hit it like in a knot inside of it. It's just, it's not far from, but it's on the northern side of the camp.
Okay. Well, you can go then. The floating spears are coming with us. They like us better than you.
Yeah, I don't want that shit. It's been touched by magic, obviously.
Yeah.
Dirty magic.
Look at all three. If we let you go, are you going to go back to the camp and just tell them what happened here?
The guy underground's looking for his teeth. He goes, "How much you got?"
We got your life in our hands.
That's fair. And he goes back to going looking for his teeth. The other one, the one that you were talking with, Vorpal, he goes, "Look, I appreciate that you've got a job to do clearly, like we do. We've got our advance. So if we walk away now, I think we're good, right, chaps?" The one that's looking for his teeth kind of like nods vigorously. The half elf just rolls his eyes again. The one that's still like kind of rousing, he goes, "What's going on? Intruders! I think it's intruders." He clearly doesn't know what's going on, but he would agree if he knew what was happening.
I will accept your translation.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Can I kind of get a general insight to see if everyone is being
Yeah.
truthful?
Yeah, anybody wants to make an insight check, yeah. Oh my god. All right. Basha, what'd you get?
13.
Corporal got a 13. Basha, what'd you get?
Oh, I got a 7. I'm too busy playing with the spears and going and trying to like not. I'm not going ooh, but kind of trying not to do that as I'm. Like...
Yeah, okay. Bo check.
I got a 3. I'm still trying to figure out how he did that thing with his middle fingers.
Amala, what'd you get?
15.
15. Drover?
I didn't roll because Drovar's basically said, if I see you again, I'll kill you, and he doesn't care.
Gotcha,
what
okay.
their attitude to that is. He's just going to do it if he sees him.
Amala and Gorpal. The ones who are conscious, they absolutely seem like, this is too much trouble. It's more trouble than it's worth. They've already got some money. They're probably going to go collect it, and then, that'll be it. A half elf, you're not sure. He looks like now that he's given away, where his money is. Not sure if he's actually going to do what he's saying. It looks like he's leaning a little more towards he wants to fuck you the way he just got fucked. But he's kind of, you can see like there's a conflict on his face of money or vengeance. And that's kind of where his head at is right now.
All right. I'll look to the two who are conscious and the one that's stumbling. Find your teeth and get out of here. And I look at the half elf. You're coming with us because we need a hostage. And I go touch his open skin with my hand.
Okay. So what's the DC on that again?
I think it's 12.
It's 12. 12, right? All right. So he has advantage because he is resistant to poison. Still doesn't matter. Okay, yeah, he is now technically poisoned. So as you're touching him, there like right on his arm, he just kind of looks down and he goes, "Oh, that's the good shit." And for a moment, it doesn't look like it's affecting him. And then you watch his eyes completely dilate, and he's still like standing up straight. He's not wobbling or anything. It's really, really weird. You can tell that it's affecting him now. The other three, the guy that you took to the side, Gorpal, he grabs the one that's looking for you. He's like, "Yeah, we'll just buy some new ones. Come on, let's go." He picks up his other friend, kind of fireman carries him. He's like, "All right, thank you, goodbye," and they take off. And they actually run not toward the southeast, which is the direction of the swath of land, but they actually move back north, like the way that you came, and continue moving that way.
Once his friends are gone, I feel like he may not be as bold. And I go, "Listen, I understand you might think we're screwing you over and you might want vengeance. But when we kill everyone in that camp, you don't want to be there. And you don't want to stop us or get in our way, or else we have to kill you. You can go find work somewhere else. I don't like you. I don't like what you do. And you're helping these bad people do bad things. But it's a job. Go find better work and go be a better person. I learned this from my best friend Bojack, so I'm trying to give you a chance. If you don't agree, and I don't think you're sincere, I will kill you right now, and I really don't want to do that.
So we're being honest with each other right now, right? So I don't like you either. I really don't like the color green. And you make me itchy in the wrong places. I like that you got the good stuff though. So it's kind of like, ooh, like balancing the scales just a bit. But I feel what you're talking about, Frogman. Are you my conscience? Is that what's happening right now?
Hopefully it is.
All right. Because I'm trying to make sense of all this, but now I feel like I'm in a dream. I've had this dream before, but you weren't there, so.
Well, here, I can help you. And I'm going to pull out and unfold my bounty picture and go, this could be you if you don't change your ways.
He kind of looks at it, he goes, that doesn't look like you at all. That's weird.
I thought it looked like a gecko or a chameleon myself, but that's not important here. What is important as your conscience is that this could be you. I'm a reflection of you.
Oh shit, I'm a frogman?
On the inside. But if you change your ways, you don't have to be. You could be a real boy.
Oh, really? Yeah, because I've had so many problems growing up. When I was just a wee lad, like, because I don't have the fully pointed ears. The elves in the city used to give me so much shit because he's like, you're half breed and blah blah blah. You know, so I was just like,
Basha's gonna like not holding the spears. She's gonna like putting the spears down. She's gonna like gently pat him like a gentle hand, like it's okay. She's not gonna say anything, but you know.
Yeah, he begins kind of looking around. All right, yeah, I'm feeling things now.
Yep. Here, I have a good idea for you. You're a mercenary. You're good at what you do.
Reasonably, yeah.
Why don't you? I know it's a bit of a far trek, but it'll get you out of our hair, and I don't have hair, but it'll get you out of our way, and you won't get killed. Why don't you head to Neverwinter and go look for the Shameless Brothers? They're bounty hunters. They have honest work that's good and pays really well. And tell them that you're conscious a frog person sent you.
Okay.
And they will know what that means. Neverwinter. Shameless Brothers.
Shameless Brothers. Is this a test?
Yes. And if you make it there and pass, you'll get paid money.
I like money. Money's good. Money's good. You just took 30 gold from me.
No, we didn't.
You know where it is now. I told you.
Yeah, well, but if you go up there, you might get killed. So is it worth it?
Also,
down here. I'm talking.
Oh.
Shit. Your conscience is also bearded and hairy.
Oh, fuck.
And I am the ghost of mercenary past. I am what you could have been if you followed the right path.
Fucker's big. Okay, oh shit.
How about this?
Yeah.
If I get back to Neverwinter, I will reimburse you your 30 gold if you're there.
Neverwinter.
Shameless Brothers.
Shameless Brothers get gold.
Mm-hmm.
You know what?
Frogman sent me.
Right. 30 gold signing bonus if you go and join them.
If me and Gorple make it, I match his fucking payment.
What's your name?
Oh, he kind of like looks up from oh yeah, Belivar. Yeah, that's my name, Belivar. Yeah, that's what I call myself now. Yeah, Belivar.
And you're sure you're not like a weird mug person that we're looking for? No, you weren't like captured. I kind of like peer at him deeply.
As you're peering at it deeply, he kind of like gets closer too. And he starts staring at you, and he goes, I am not a monk person. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Other than they do like the fancy stuff with the hands and no weapons, right? Is that what you think I am?
I was just checking, but you should get on your way.
Okay.
And I touch him again to dose him again because it only lasts a minute.
Yeah. All right. So you dose him again. I need you to make obviously a persuasion check with advantage. Because you just double dosed him.
To be fair, he's only microdosing.
That would be a total of 12.
12. All right. So as you touch him again, now you see that he begins to stumble slightly as he's just kind of like standing there. And he goes, all right. All right. So he tells you, kind of goes, all right. I don't know if, and he kind of points in the direction that his friends went into. I don't know if Big Mouth said something to you about the rear guard. You should be careful. Because I don't want my conscience, like if my conscience dies, right? I die. That's how it works.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yes, exactly.
What tell us a little bit more about this rear guard.
I am the ghost. I am the ghost of your mother, and I am proud of you for doing this, son.
What? Mom? What have you got a weird accent?
This is what happens sometimes.
Holy shit. That's the good stuff.
You should go. I think heading, and I'll start pushing
Shameless
him in
brothers in Neverwinter.
I'm like, I'll lick the air and be like, okay, and I'll push him in the direction of Neverwinter, like cardinally.
Yeah. He's like, all right, just be careful with the rear guard.
All right.
And he just kind of like begins stumbling in the direction of the way his friends went. And you just kind of watch as he just continues to like just stumble off in that direction, and then begins to run. But again, he runs and then he kind of like falls and picks himself up and just runs. And it's like a little bit of that until he's out of sight.
I guess
we were somewhere outside of Greenest on the edge of the forest where the drugs began to take hold.
Grapple, I am very proud of you.
Yeah, I guess you're rubbing off on me. I really just wanted to kill him.
Good work, everyone, says Invisible Basha.
Christ,
I'm very proud of you all.
It was going to be a day like this. We should have brought like 5 extra overcoats. You throw them at the kobolds so they can all get in 3 of them at a time. Recruit them all.
I'm very proud of you all for not killing those people. Thank you.
Yeah, they're shitty mercenaries.
Yeah, like, to be fair, only difference between us and them is we got jobs from good guys.
No.
Yeah, I also didn't want to pay them their rate. So, to hire them, because if they're willing to change their contract immediately just for money, they'll change it on us the moment we get there. I would hire them.
Can't have that guy with us. No. He wouldn't have lived very long. He'd have pulled a fast one. Right, so the rear guard. And these, he takes the mask off. He's like, these things aren't going to do us a bit of good.
They might still. They didn't work on the mercenaries. Well, to be fair, we might be able to dress up as what we normally wear and pretend we're mercenaries. Because these guys were the back end.
Possibly. We got to see what this rear guard is. I think if Nat comes back, we got to see if there's any sort of... There's somebody watching the flanks of this column as it's moving up towards this camp. You know, those guys... Well, I mean, we can go up wearing these outfits, but there might be passwords or other things. You know, clearly they're not expecting any stragglers to be coming up, and that was our idea.
I mean, we could just punch our way through.
But if we do, we make sure no one gets away. No one raises the alarm.
Okay.
Oh yeah, whatever happened to the kobolds?
Well, they did run off, but...
Yeah, but they didn't run in the direction of the camp. They
Who
just
listens to
ran.
those little buggers anyway? If we keep going on the cart, we should outrun them.
Did Nat come back at all?
Give him a few minutes. I told him to fly out 10, so he's going to fly back in 10. So, or he'll catch up to us.
All right, well, let's continue on.
I'll stay invisible as long as possible.
Well, I'm not going to let this waste, and I just eat a whole chicken.
It's really good, right, Corporal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty decent. Like, it's this like little squab, and it's, surprisingly a lot of meat.
I'm gonna see if they left any spices around the campsite.
There's no spices, unfortunately. Sorry.
I get back on the cart.
Alrighty, so what's the
If
plan?
there was a horn, I'd be like, "Come on!"
I forget was I riding on the horse before? What was I doing?
We have 2 horses.
Yeah.
And
Right.
I think
Right.
you and I
was
were
on one of the
sharing a
horses.
horse.
Cool.
And I think I thought Bocek was riding it, or maybe not, because he's trying to run as fast as the horse.
Yeah. So what's the plan from here? So at this moment, there's like it looks like the Mala and Gorpal are actually eating what was left of the food that they were cooking. There are bones to the side where the kobolds were, where they ran off. You have 4 spears now. Yeah, they seem in pretty good condition. They're not, they're not anything special, but they're decent spears for what they are. But a quick cursory look at the camp, there's not much there. Just really looks like they just literally stopped to eat.
All right, give me those spears, and I just tuck them into my quiver, and 3 of them disappear.
Just disappear.
Oh,
right
they really are ghost spears.
All right. So now that you have this campsite you had some vague warning of a rear guard. What would you like to do?
I think we proceed ahead. At least slowly. We're kind of waiting for Knack to rejoin us for a little bit, but I think we can start making some headway.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. We'll keep going forward and be at the ready in case anything pops up.
Okay. A few moments later, just as you're preparing to get going, Knack does fly over you, Gorpal, begins to kind of hover and then just kind of descends.
Just trying to see if I have a speak with animals.
I think you only used it once so far.
Yeah, I will cast it again.
Okay.
Okay, bud. What'd you see?
Kobolds ran away, ran north. Just running, afraid. Piss.
Okay. Did you see any like a rear guard of the column that we've been trying to follow when you were up there?
No, just kobolds.
Just a question: the direction they ran, is that the direction that the column was going, or
No, they went. It's almost the opposite way.
okay? I was wondering.
All right. Well,
Let's start heading that way, and but if he says worry about the rear guard, there could be people, deliberate, they're protecting the flanks, that kind of thing. Could be scouts, could be other stuff. If we encounter that could be a real fight.
okay. And I go, all right, buddy. Go back up here, eat some more of this chicken, and I'll.
Yeah. And then because he goes, all right, and the rest of you just hear it just taking off.
Fly up ahead of us like you've been doing before. Look for anyone trying to picket like a line above us from the rear guard of this column, and give us if you see anything, fly back and let us know.
And that it just kind of circles in acknowledgement and then flies ahead of you as you all begin to make your way.
I'll get on top of the cart and pull out my spyglass.
Alrighty. So you begin making your way. So once more, I just need to know, how are you moving? Are you moving regular? Are you moving stealthily? Are you moving fast?
I wouldn't say any faster than regular.
So just
But-
normal
Yeah,
travel speed.
We know there might be trouble up ahead, but hopefully Knack will warn us of it. So I figure, how's regular speed sound?
I'm down with that.
Okay.
Alrighty. All right. So you all begin making your way, again, following this large swath of basically just beaten down dirt and grass, which is clearly made a path. It's very easy to follow. And as you continue to follow over the course of the next hour, 2 hours, nothing. Gorple, you are making, I need you to make a perception check with advantage because you have the spyglass.
That will be a 20.
20. Okay, so... All right. So it's about 2 hours into this travel as Gorple, you watch as Knack begins to very excitedly begin to kind of circle over a specific location. And as you are looking through the spyglass, Knack seems to be kind of directing you to the location below her. And as you are staring through the spyglass and you're looking, you can see that this large swath of land begins to kind of begin to narrow into what looks like a pass. There's these large rocks and boulders that are actually also covered by bushes and trees. And as you are kind of looking up at Knack and looking down at this location, and then you put it together, there's a rear guard. Knack sees something. Your ranger instincts begin to kick in, and you realize that this would be a very good place for an ambush.
I kind of go, hey, hold up.
What you got?
Next, circling over an area. Remember that first time we got jumped by those goblins with our wagon? That, right down in that, like, ravine area seems like a perfect ambush spot. And if there's a rear guard, that's where I would ambush us if I were trying to.
They'd be up on the hills then, yes?
Well,
Probably.
They might let us get into a certain area and then cut us off from behind and in front if I were going to ambush.
Yeah. Well, the cart's only going to go down there, so we either leave it here and move around and try to, up one side of this, so we're up on one slope and try to look down, or a couple of you go ahead and, I look at them all, it's like, we just ride it in. Try to, spring it on our own terms, but if there's people waiting, that it's gonna get ugly.
We would need people on sides to help.
Yeah, but that splits us up. If there's a lot of them, then anyone who is off, too much chance of us being picked off. So, my feeling is we leave this here. We leave the cart and our warhorse here, and we kind of make our way up there, staying together, but not staying on the road.
Do we want to try to ambush the ambushers?
Or do we want to proc the ambush on our terms, such as Drovar and myself going while you all are stealth on the side?
Well, the thing is, if we go down the middle, there's going to be two sides. If they come in, they're going to try to come in from everything. If the people who are sneaking up, like we did with the luncheon group, what I'm worried about is any one of us being isolated and having 3 or 4 whatever on some spot, having to deal with it by themselves, and none of us can get to them. And then we get cut off. We're better if we stick closer together. So if we go in, I think those that sneak up have to stay together on one side or the other. There's just not enough of us to split us all the way. Split us to both sides. So I would say that I like the idea of rolling right in there and, just, stepping into it. But, if there's really something if it's a proper ambush, we'll be spread out. Not it doesn't feel right.
Well, I can make it so that they're not going to see us. Because I can, and I'll look. What kind of lighting? What time is it of day?
It's actually like early afternoon, like anywhere like between 2 or 3 in the afternoon. So the sun is up. It's a little overcast, but I mean it is a bright day.
I mean, I know I could definitely sneak there, and I could probably help Amala out. And I think I like your idea, Drover. I think we should either go from one side altogether, because then we can take out them, and they won't see us. And I think Amala's idea also has credit, but then it puts you two at the most vulnerable, which I'm not comfortable with, because then we don't have it on our own terms.
Yeah, I like the idea of us sneaking in. We leave the cart behind. We just come up one side. If they're on the other one, well, then we know. But, at least I don't want any one of us to get cut off and cut to pieces before the rest of us can get to them. That, I think, is it's the biggest risk to us.
Yeah, I can't be invisible anymore, but I can still be very stealthy, so I will try my best.
Oh, I got you. Don't worry about that.
Huh?
But Amala, your armor's terrible, and I kind of hate you for it, but that's okay. I like you much better because you're not a mammal. Emboldening bond on her.
Weird.
Emboldening bond on... I don't need it. Emboldening bond on Drovar. Emboldening bond on Basha, because she's our wizard and she's squishy. And then I will cast, I whisper the true words of the shadows and darkness and silence, and wrapping around us, I will cast Pass Without a Trace, and I will pull up my hood.
Okay. Good call. Alrighty, so I need all of you to roll a stealth check for me. Don't forget to add your plus 10. And those who have the emboldening bond get a D4.
Yep.
And
So-
I still roll with a disadvantage, correct?
Yes.
Correct, but you get a plus 10 and a D4.
Okay.
I'm not using the online dice anymore because they hate me, but that's okay. With the plus 10, it's better. And the
Okay.
D4.
All right. So, Basha, what'd you get?
21 total stealth.
All right. Bow check.
20, because the online dice have hated me from the get-go.
Okay. Amala?
That's a 14. Also, on disadvantage, I rolled a 1 and a 2.
Ooh.
Did you add the
They both kind
D4
of
as
equally
well?
sucked. So,
It was a
Yes.
it was a nat 1?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I rolled, technically
have-
13 then. 13.
Okay. Gorple?
Yep.
31, but you have disadvantage to look at me.
Weird.
I would like to cover for Amala because she's terrible, so
All right,
I
we'll
had to
see.
get rid-
Drovar, what'd you get?
let's see. I rolled crappy as well, but it comes to a total of a 20.
Okay.
Can I use a group inspiration, guys?
I feel like you should, because
Okay.
I feel like you should not risk that.
Yeah, like one more roll. I guess. I don't know. Give it a go.
Listen, when you expertise stealth, you have a ridiculous stealth.
All right, that's a 16.
16. Okay. That makes a huge difference. All right. So, you begin moving. And you said you're parking the cart to the side and moving towards this area. Are you going left or right?
Can I make a survival or perception to kind of see if footprints go in either direction, so we kind of have a better idea?
Okay. Yeah, I will say, yeah, make a survival check for me.
Oh, that was a natural 20 turned into a 14, so that's a total of 19.
19. Okay. So you all begin making your way. You're still essentially on this road, but you're kind of sticking to the sides, trying to stay within these as these boulders and rocks begin to get larger and larger. And Gorple, you notice a couple of things. You know there's a rear guard, and you know that this is an excellent place for an ambush. But you also realize that you don't see any footprints, you don't see any anything that looks out of place, no broken branches, nothing. So either this ambush is here and they're really good at what they do, or no one is here.
All right, I relay that to the group.
You also-
You
I'm
also
sorry.
notice that we're not making any footprints either.
Mhm. You also notice that to the left of the path, as the trees begin to subside because of what you rolled for your survival, there seems to be a way to get behind the left kind of like precipice where these rocks are, that they've kind of gone 15 to 20 feet up at its highest point in the road. It seems like it goes around, but there also seems to be on the opposite side about 20 to 25 feet of climbing that you would have to do to get up onto the precipice. So you can circumvent this whole area, or you could try climbing up to get a better view on the top. It would depend on what you would like to do, but it's only on the left side. The right side, you could technically, if you wanted to, try to start climbing that area. It definitely seems higher, and the rocks here seems to be a little more treacherous.
I'll relay that, and I go, you want me to scout a little bit and try to climb this thing?
I want you to just, take a quick look, but the big question is, if we were going to lay an ambush, which side would we be on? And I think that's where they'd be.
The easier to traverse side.
Yeah, the less treacherous side.
Then that's the one we should check. If they're waiting and we're not seeing, we heard about them, this is too good a spot not to make use of.
I could also drop big spell where we think they are. If once we figure it out, then just
we
hit them.
They're there and try to draw them out, but
that's what I'm saying.
We don't want them to give any. We don't want to give them any sense we're here.
No.
Until we know where they are. But yeah, I've got a feeling on this one.
All right, so why don't you guys start moving toward that path or that circles around, and I'll climb because I can actually climb things very well, and I'll kind of look from up top.
All right.
Okay. So
scramble.
Yep, scramble. So the rest of you begin to slowly make your way around, and you can see as you're making your way around, this precipice just begins to rise, and as it rises, there's a lot of handholds. You're able to, if you wanted to climb, and Corporal, you're you. So it's super easy to scramble to the top of this. And again, it's only at its highest point, possibly 25, 30 feet. But you begin scrambling, the rest of you begin to kind of move your way around. As you get about 20 yards, Corporal, from where the highest point of this precipice is, you can see there are some bushes, there's some trees on top of both sides, not just the side that you're on, but on the opposite side as well. You begin looking, and at first you're just like, maybe this was where the ambush was supposed to be, but you don't see anything. And then you hear a rustle. And as you look, you see a face sticking out of one of the trees. Just very imperceptibly. If you didn't hear that rustle, you would have never saw that person. And you can make out an eye and a nose, but that's pretty much all you can make out. And then there's a slight glint, and you can see an arrowhead sticking out of one of the leaves. And now that you know what to look for, you start looking, and you 1, 2, 3, 4. There's about 8 on this side. You look at the other side, possibly another dozen on the other side.
Do I think they've noticed us yet?
It doesn't look like they've noticed you yet.
Okay, so
they're specifically looking down
into
the
crevice.
Path, into the crevice, right?
Okay, I will stealthily climb back down. Would you like another stealth check?
Yes, please.
It's only a 20, but you have disadvantage to see me.
Mm-hmm. They don't see. You're lucky because the second was the nat 20. So and then the actual disadvantage was 9. So you begin kind of moving your way back, and as you're moving your way back, your hand does hit this piece of rock that just kind of comes loose, and as it begins to fall, you just reach out and grab it before it makes any noises, stick it in one of your pouches, and begin climbing down. The rest of you at this point have kind of like made your way like to the halfway mark of this precipice, which again, as you're kind of looking up, and it's about 30 feet up, you can see Gwarple making his way down the wall towards you. You almost don't see him, except for the fact that he's actually moving. It's very much that scene out of Predator, the first Predator, where it is just literally, you don't see it. You just kind of see this like outline, and you just see almost the rocks behind him, almost like he's melding into the rocks. It's very, very disorienting. But as he kind of like comes down and stands and very clearly now can see Gwarple.
Okay, so there's 8 of them in the trees on this side, and there's, I think, 12 on the other side also in the trees. So there's like 20, and they're in perfect ambush. They're looking at the valley, so they don't know we're here yet. I wanted to give you the heads up. So, Basha, I don't know what you can and can't do, but you said you got something big?
You know, the loud spell that like blows things up. I can do that.
Okay. I don't know how big that is, but I feel like if we come up from this side, it's a shorter climb.
10-foot radius sphere.
I don't know how many are in that sphere. But I kind of like point out on this side where they are.
Yeah.
The other side.
They're fairly spread out too. They're not actually like clumped up or grouped up. They seem like they've, and again, using, because of your ranger skills, you can tell this is very well planned out. They know what they're doing.
So we could probably get the jump on, and I think initially, maybe take out a few, but it's a total of at least 20. I can probably get to the other side without being noticed, so that I can start taking out the 12, but I don't know what you want to do.
I was thinking if we can get this group down and then back up, those 12 are going to have to leave their pretty perfect perches and come looking for us. If we can get the ones on this side out, as long as we don't stay over there, they can't shoot at us because, they're going to have to move. We force them to come out of the places that they're set up in. I don't want to go. I don't want to try running across and fighting the ones on the other side while this. If Basha can knock some of them out of the trees, it's the one time I missed that axe that hated trees, because that thing could have cut down a couple of these things super fast. Sorry, what?
What was that?
Oh, yeah.
There was an axe that hated trees, and it made me think that all trees were trying to kill us. I don't like to talk about it. I'm the one who got away from my psychotic weapon items. I'm in recovery. I don't have it, but it was really good at dealing with plant matter. It cut through trees real well. It would have been useful, but if you can knock them out of the trees, and we can... how high up were they? In their perches?
About 30 feet. In the perches, it's actually 25... Yeah, probably about 35 to 40 feet high.
I would have to get so close. If only there was a way for me to extend my range. I wonder if Jan would know anything about that.
I was going to say, check the book.
I'm going to check the book. Jan. Psst, Jan. Jan, is there some way I can send spells further than I have been able to before? Somehow? I don't know.
Hold on 1 second.
Julia knows. Basha doesn't know.
Well, I don't know specifically. I would have to take a look and figure it out, but I don't think we can do that. Can try.
Well, Drovar like points at the boots he's wearing. It's like, if I got a little running start, I can get just up to like probably up into the tree close to where they are, and then start hacking on them. But that's only one at a time.
Gorple. Let's see, Gorple. Actually, anybody who would like to can make a survival check for me right now.
The D4 still applies.
That's a nat 20 for a 22.
Yep.
Nice.
You also have the D4, Amala.
Isn't that just once per round?
Once per round, yeah, but it's a 10-minute time span. This is technically would be a new round, yeah.
All right, well, it was a nat 20, so I'll save the.
Okay.
Thing.
Basha, what'd you get?
Oh, sorry, I didn't roll. I was trying to read about how my manifest mind ability works. 1 second.
Yeah, no problem. Bocek.
15.
15. Gorple.
11.
11. Drovar.
12.
Well, all right. Gorple, you were too busy just kind of, reading what was going on, seeing how many folks there were, kind of in this ambush position. But Drovar, Amala, and Bocek, you do realize that this kind of pass behind the precipice continues. And you get the sense that there's a good chance that you could completely bypass this whole thing and get to the other side without them even noticing. But that's an option. I mean,
so basically, if we chose to just skip this entire ambush area, we could slip past it.
They still haven't noticed you yet.
Right.
So if you're stealthy enough, you figure that that's probably a thing that could happen.
Okay, it's an option. However, would we have to leave the wagon and horses behind?
You could certainly try taking it with you.
I'm up for a good scrap, but it's gonna be crazy with all those guys up in the trees shooting arrows.
Like 19 people.
Yeah, even for me, let's try to bypass this if we possibly can.
Yes, Bocek.
I'm not sure if we should leave Magic Cart behind.
I'm afraid to leave Magic Cart behind.
I think we've got to bring the cart. Okay, here's my suggestion then. Amala, you're in the cart, so you don't have to move and make clanky noises. You just sit in the back. We roll that along. Gorple, you're watching these guys as we go past. If they turn around and start noticing, you get a signal to us, and then they're going to have to come out of the trees to investigate, and then they're on our terms. Hopefully we can take care of them if we draw their attention. But I think the last thing we want to do is try to do some sort of open fight right under the trees. The other guy's shooting at us from the other side. I mean, this pass is thin enough that they could shoot across, right?
Is this path around the back big enough for our cart?
With the survival checks that were already rolled, it'll be tight, but it's doable.
I mean, so I drove our kind of looking at it. It's going to be a tight go, but our cart is made to be durable and go over
right.
all-terrain things.
It's more durable than. I'm sorry. Hank's a good horse and everything. I just don't want him to get caught up in something. My feeling is that what we're going to try to do is we're going to get the horses on the cart through, and if we alert them, we try to take out the ones on this side.
I can protect Hank.
All right.
So
we're not really trying to stand and take out the entire group, but if something starts, the group on the other side, if they can't see anything, they're going to want to get involved at some point. We've got to keep an eye on how they're coming over so we can anticipate it. Maybe that's when they're starting to gather. That's when the shatter spells start being useful, because they start coming around the corner and you just hit them with that.
Exactly.
But for the moment, we're trying to slip past.
Okay.
I'd also be afraid to use Shatter on the precipice if we were on it, I'm just saying. But if they're on it, that could be very bad for them.
What would happen if you did it right at the base of those trees? The trees are like right up at the top of this. They're on a ledge or something. If the ground underneath was broken, would they?
Yeah, probably. It's ground and it's trees. They
I-
would not do well with that spell. It's not
Yeah.
people, you know.
It's something to think about. I'd say if we raise the alarm, knocking them out of the trees is probably not a bad idea. You know,
Okay.
we want to make this quick and force everybody who's in their nice little, duck blinds to come out of them to deal with us, because then they're within reach of us. We're not really good at the long distance, not enough of us. And that's where we can get cut off. So we'll try the sneaking thing.
I mean, to be fair, technically, I did cast Pass Without a Trace near the horses as well. So
Right.
they're
We're as sneaky as we're gonna get. This is our best chance.
Okay,
And if we
so-
have Amala in the cart, so she doesn't have to make any noise, I think we got our best shot.
okay. Let's do it. Fuck
All right.
it. Worst comes to worst,
Okay.
we're fighting 8 people. The other 12 have to get to us because they're not going to
Right.
be able to shoot past this precipice.
Right.
And they will
and-
destroy their trees.
Right. And
We'll do
so,
it.
Gorbel, if we raise the alarm, I need you to be able to give us some idea of how long it's going to take for those other guys to get to us, because we'll try to take these 8 out before the other 12 get here, if we can.
Okay. I mean, I guess I'll blow on my horn a number of times. I don't know. It's going to be hard to judge.
I know. Well, if they start, tell you what, if they start climbing down, it looks like they're trying to come across to this side. 2 blasts. Then we know they're coming. We'll deal with it after that. Then you're probably going to be yelling to us and all kinds of stuff. There's no point making big plans. We just want to know if they hear something weird, are they going to stay put or do they come down to try to help?
Okay. And that's fine. Sure. Then I guess let's go back to. Are we just sending Amala back to the cart to get it?
No, we'll stay together for this. We don't want to get cut off. We'll stay together, because if something happens, I think any scout finds us, they're dead. But we want to make sure we're all together for it so nobody gets away.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to need another stealth check. This one's going to be for not just going back to the cart, but for starting to bring the cart over. This time, Amala. Actually, let's just start with the first roll. So stealth check from everybody, and again, add your +10. If you are emboldened, add a D4. Amala, you're still at disadvantage in this moment because this is making your way back to the cart.
And are we still adding the 10?
Yes.
All right, well, even with disadvantage, I rolled for 28.
Nice. Okay.
That's what I rolled for.
All right. Basha 28, Amala 28. Bocek, what'd you get?
I only got a 26.
Oh. Oh. Gorple, what'd you get?
I rolled low, so I got a 29.
Jesus Christ. Drower.
31.
Oh,
We own the night. It's not
holy
even
shit.
nighttime.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. So you all very, very quietly make your way back to your cart and Hank. And as Amala, you get into the cart, and you can see that the kind of swirling darkness that is the spell that is kind of clinging to all of you is now just kind of clinging to the cart and to Hank. So I only need at this point anybody who would like to roll for Hank in the cart. Need you to roll a stealth check for them, and you're going to add +10 because of the pass without a trace. You will also add a 1. So who would like to roll for good old Hank?
Also, don't our regular horses also need to technically roll?
Oh, you taking them too?
Yeah, we got to bring the whole.
Technically,
the whole
anyone when I
column.
cast a spell within 30 feet was affected by Pass Without a Trace.
Right. Well, I wasn't sure. I thought you were just bringing the cart
Nah,
and
we'll
Hank.
fucking bring everyone.
Okay.
Fuck it.
Yeah, we
Okay,
can't
perfect.
leave anything behind.
No,
Okay.
Check. What were you gonna say?
Oh, I was volunteering to roll for
Oh, you're
Hank.
gonna roll for Hank. You should
Oh,
roll
hell
for
yeah.
Hank.
I feel like I got hot dice tonight.
All
Hot
right.
dice, hot dice.
All right. So Bocek rolls for Hank. Who wants to roll for the other 2 horses? So it would be 1 roll for the 2
I will
horses.
roll for 1 horse.
Well, you 1 roll for both the horses, and then
I will roll for the horses.
And then-
so it's
Bocek
so what? So it's just a D20
D20 +10,
and then a 1.
and then a 1 for Hank, and the other
draft horses
yeah.
are just 0.
Yeah, they're 0. So
okay, so it's the D20 plus 10
right
for these guys. Okay.
Please use a group inspiration for Hank.
Yeah, if you. Ooh.
Bocek, what'd you get? Or are you using a group inspiration?
I'm gonna use group inspiration.
Okay, I saw the face. I saw the face. It was like,
Only a 17.
17. Okay. What'd you get for the other horses, Drovar?
27 with the pass without a trace added.
Okay.
Do I have an idea of how long it will take to get through this back path?
If you're moving at a stealthy pace, especially pulling the horses in the cart, looking at maybe 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay, cool. Then I'm not going to do what I wanted to do. Then, so I'll just with the cart and on top, just looking up. Or actually, no, they want me to climb up. So when we get to a point where I can climb, I will climb.
Okay. No problem. All right. So group inspiration was used. Excellent. Okay. So you all
like
begin.
We're in Red October right now. It's just like one big only Vasily.
All right. So you begin making your way back towards the back of this precipice. Gorple, as you get closer, you are now at the area where you can begin climbing up. Where do you want to situate yourself? Just like right on the edge of it, watching the group of people.
Yeah, so I want to kind of stay at a point because with this armor, it camouflages with stone, and since this is rock, I'm pretty much predator, like you said. So I want to kind of stay paced with the group while watching both sides.
Gotcha. Okay. So as the group, you're watching the group below you begin to kind of move, and it's a single pace movement. Like you're all moving single pace. Amala, you're kind of leading Hank through this area. I need you to make an animal handling check for me, Amala.
Alrighty, let's see here. That is a non-natural 20.
Okay. Yeah, easy enough. Yeah, you're able to direct Hank without any issue through those that are riding the horses. You know, it's just, they're kind of like looking around and, they seem to be kind of anxious in this moment, but you're able to calm them and keep them, without any issues, without making any large noises, no nickering or anything of that nature, thankfully. Gorple, you begin climbing slowly and moving, keeping pace with your companions, but also watching. As you are watching this group of individuals, a few of them in the trees, a few of them actually lower in the bushes as well, you can see them looking at each other occasionally and doing hand signals. But not looking in your direction, still focused down into the actual ravine area. Another 10 minutes or so as you continue to climb and move. They don't seem to take notice of you specifically or any of the group. And you can slowly begin making your way down from this precipice, confident after 20 minutes or so that your presence is not seen or noticed in any way. And the group begins to pass this whole precipice area. And you can see another maybe 300 or 400 yards from where you've just bypassed this whole precipice. You begin to actually meet up with this large swath of road that's been made by the raiders. And as you turn around and you look, you've completely bypassed the whole ravine area without being detected. And you don't see any movement. You continue not to hear or see these individuals, because as you begin climbing down from far, you can't even see that they were there. But you know that they're there. But now you continue to make your way past with your horses, with your cart, You continue to make your way down this path, and how long do you want to travel stealthed? Would be my next question.
Well, past that, I say we start moving full speed because past that trace lasts for an hour, but it means that we don't leave any tracks. So if we rush ahead, we might be able to get close enough to the people retreating so they think that we were part of it.
Okay. Let's give it a go.
All right. So you begin making your way at a even more even pace. These kind of shadows still swirling around all of you for the next hour. After this hour's up, you pass without a trace drops. But thankfully, you begin to hear what sounds like voices on the wind. And as you're walking, you can see that the where it was descending and ascending kind of like roads, walking, it is now starting to kind of even out. And you can see maybe half a mile away this large structure just kind of like sticking out like a sore thumb. There are no trees. There seems to be a number of rocks and boulders similar to the precipice area that you were at previously, but there's just some kind of like wooden structure that's just amongst these boulders and rocks, just standing upwards, about half a mile away, but very clear as day.
I'm gonna turn behind us and I'm gonna allow like 3 sharp noises from the horn to, assuming, because Knack probably didn't see us sneak through, but I imagine he probably would have not seen our cart and might have come this way, not knowing, to be like, come. And then I'll pull out a bit of mirror, shine it to the sun with like a code that I use to, like, in case he's flying, he might see it in the distance.
Okay.
Just to try to get him to come.
Yeah. Without an issue. Knack does and then flies down towards you and right on your arm. But as that happens, you do see what seems like flashing of light coming from the top of the structure, almost like in response to yours.
Oh, start talking back. Oh boy.
You don't know. You're not familiar with this signal. Actually, make a survival check for me.
All of us, or just Drovar?
Just Corporal.
Would someone let me use that group inspo? Because I only got 10.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a natural 20 for a 25.
Okay. You're not 100% familiar with the actual signaling, but you've seen it before, and clearly whoever is in that tower, and now you can see it is actually looks like a tower, almost like a roughly made guard tower. Somebody was responding to you. You're not sure what they said in response, but you wait for a minute, 2 minutes. There doesn't seem to be any kind of action or further response, but it definitely seemed like a positive response now that you can see.
They know we're coming, but that might not be a bad thing. Mask up.
Yeah.
All right. As you get closer, you can now see as this plateau, which you thought at first was a plateau, is very, very subtly beginning to rise. And as you come to a certain point, you can now see that there is a valley. Nice. There is an actual like U-shaped valley. And there is not only this guard tower, but there are many people down in this valley. And that's where these voices are coming from. So, as you begin to approach, How do you want to approach? You're currently again, you're coming from the southeast. So you can actually see what looks like an opening into this area. And this large guard, which you now know to be a guard tower, in the distance. It's getting closer now, and you can see. Actually, all of you make perception checks for me, please.
And that bond is way gone, guys, so you no longer have it.
All right. Basha, what'd you get?
I got a 21.
Nice. Bochek?
I got a 9.
9. Amala?
15.
15. Gorple?
Also a 21.
Nice. And Drovar?
5.
5. Okay.
I see nothing.
Yeah. Like, shit, what's going on? But
the light in front of the mirror, my eye. Oh.
Basha, Amala, and Gorple, you can see that ahead of you, again, you're about maybe half a mile out from what you're looking at. You can see groups of individuals just kind of walking into the camp. They don't seem to be coming from the road that you are currently on, but they seem to kind of like be coming from around certain sides of this U-shaped valley. Like this is the only way in. But you can see like first a group of 5 individuals, and then a group of 3, and then a group of about 8 or 9, and they're just kind of strolling into the camp.
Are they cultist up?
They're too far for you to notice. You'd have to get closer. You have that spyglass. You still have to get a little closer though, even with the spyglass. So if you're willing to get a little closer, you can absolutely do that.
As we're kind of like at a slower pace, because we're not going to stop because that's way too obvious.
Yeah.
All right, so guys, we need to have a plan. We need to have a cover story. It needs to be fucking Loctite.
Wait, like, what if one of us is injured, like fake injured, and like we have to get in for?
Because they'll look at that. Just tell them the reason why. If anyone asks why we're delayed, we broke an axle. Wagons break axles all the fucking time.
Wait, we're lagging behind. We were doing some, we were doing more looting from, the town we just came from. We got it that way. We can use names that we actually know, and all that kind of thing. It's like the column left before we caught up, and we've been trying to catch up since.
What
and the wagon broke. The wagon,
yeah.
The wheel came off. We managed to get it back on, and now we're catching up.
Or sometimes it's always good to like give them a reason to be mad at you, like so like we could be like, oh, we stopped for food, I'm sorry, like I don't know, it's an idea.
Well, the wheel was coming off, we had to take a moment to repair it. Is probably perfect. We don't need to really explain much other than wait, did we miss anything? I mean, it doesn't look like these guys are going anywhere right now.
I'm gonna look at Imala and be like, how good are you at lying?
Not the best.
Gorple, how are you at lying?
I'm great, and I like.
Good,
my
you
eyes.
can lie. Why do you always do that?
He's gonna have to come up with a reason why he's the only frog person dragon cultist in the entire world.
No, there were different people. I could lie. I'll just tell them I'm a goblin or a kobold. I don't know.
I feel like dragons are great.
I'm a mutated kobold.
Dargan. All right, yeah.
We really have to work on that accent, Basha.
All right, but realistically, I think Amala, you should talk because they're going to respect you for being probably draconic in nature. I'll back you up, or I'll translate for everyone because I guess they're probably going to expect us cultists to speak draconic. So you guys just need to kind of nod along and not talk. And then Amala, just keep it simple. Don't give them a reason to ask us questions. We have tents. We can probably set up a camp in our spot. Oh my God, stop moving your faces. You're the worst.
I'll stick with the Axel story.
Yeah. And just let's get in, find a place to kind of set up our camp, and then we can kind of infiltrate, explore, learn. I think that's the best bet because there's probably mercenaries that Drovar and Bocha can talk to. There's probably a bar. There might even be some wizards. So like, we might be able to.
I won't like those wizards.
We know
like,
what
they're
we
like,
know. So we
that's
know
the wizard mafia.
we kind of have a plan. We know what we want to do, which is probably steal them eggs and kill that higher up lady and find out. But also, we need to find out. We need to find that guy, and we need to find out what the fuck is happening with this horde and the dragon queen. Like, what is going on? We don't really.
Yeah, I mean, if you said you were seeing there's like folk coming in, but not by this road. This might be some sort of real central marshalling area.
It kind of seems that way.
And when I flashed my mirror to get Knack back, someone in the tower flashed the mirror. I couldn't understand the code because I don't know, but it may have just been like a, hey, I signaled them saying, we're here, and they're look, cool.
It could be them, or it could be our half-elf friend we're looking for.
The half-elf doesn't know we're coming.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, maybe there's like a secret signal they have or something. I don't know. Okay, alright, fine, maybe not. It was a theory, alright? I don't know.
I just think it was like we did a nice thing being like, hey, we're here, and they probably were like, cool, bro. Like, it wasn't very intricate. It was just like, they didn't signal again afterwards, like looking for like a flashy password.
It was just an acknowledgement.
We'll find out.
Okay. So, as you begin to get closer, and Gorple, you've got your spyglass going. Now you can make a perception check with advantage. As you're still watching more individuals walk into this camp.
That's a 14.
14. As you're watching, none of these individuals are dressed as cultists. They're in various suits of armor, leather, some of them half plate. They definitely seem like the mercenaries you ran into previously, but you don't see any of them dressed as cultists.
None of them are dressed as cultists.
All right, so we're shooting.
All right, get rid of the. Wait, give me spear from earlier. I'm gonna hold one of the mercenary spears.
All right. So I guess we'll just stash our costumes inside this wagon full of other shit.
Sounds good.
All right, change of plan.
Okay.
We're mercenaries, and
that's good. I can just growl menacingly if people ask too many questions.
What are you talking about? Belvar sent us. We're cool. Belvar's our guy.
Belvar. Yeah. My
cousin
Belvar.
Yeah. So now, as you're getting closer, you are now getting to the entrance, and as you are looking down now, you can see now inside this kind of hollow area. It's U-shaped. You can see now within the actual hollow area, there seem to be like small structures. There is another guard tower, not as tall as the guard tower that you can see in the distance above this area. It's actually on the plateau above it. That's the one that you saw, where the guards signaled you back. There's a smaller one inside, and it's right by the entrance. And as you are now approaching this entrance, and you can see these kind of small structures, and you can see it, you look up and you can see there are mercenaries in the tower. No one dressed as a cultist. And as you kind of look up at them, they're looking down at you. And then they continue to look past you. And there's another group of individuals starting to come behind you, about 4 or 5. They're still about maybe a good 100, 200 feet away from you. But there's another group beginning to come in. And you very easily blend into this group as you begin to actually make your way into the camp. And that's where we're going to take our break.
Bam.
Just a quick side note, though. I would like to hide my shield and my pendant because Comet.
Okay, yeah. So I would say you're able to definitely hide your shield in amongst the your belongings that you have in the cart. But make sure that you do take it off, and that will affect your AC.
I will give Amala a turtle shell shield. That is as big as as Gorple. It's like a tower shield for him. And you realize it is the shell of a once living humanoid creature that is a turtle. But crafted into a nice shield. Here you go.
Okay, perfect.
This looks pretty cool. It makes you look more mercenary.
Thank you.
Yeah, like Basha went full into character. Like she's like slouching, she's holding the mercenary spear, and like she like definitely like spits on the ground as you guys are going in. And you're like, what is happening?
Yep.
Like,
okay, perfect. All right, so we're gonna take our break. Thank you for sticking with us. We will be back shortly to see now that you are in kind of the belly of the beast of this raider camp. What happens next? So stick with us, and we'll see you in a few. All right, we are back. Thank you for sticking with us, folks. So this is once again, this is the camp that you are all in. For reference, for everybody's reference, the yellow dot is where you are coming in. And once again, as you are coming in, I actually misspoke. As you the guard tower that you are actually coming up to as you're walking in is not manned by mercenaries. You see a few kobolds just kind of like looking over and looking down, just like. But as you are walking in, you do see large groups. This camp is filled. There are people everywhere. And currently at this moment, you can see a number of individuals who have kind of like walked in ahead of you. Some of them are just kind of like, they're like nursing wounds. A couple of them have their arms in like just really quick put together slings. Some of them are bandaged up and they're just kind of like strolling into the camp. And you don't see many guards at this moment. You just see people just kind of like walking and milling in. They are having various conversations with each other. And the structures that you're beginning to see, at least the ones you are initially coming across as you're walking in, they seem very rough. They look like hides being held up with sticks, with wooden sticks. There are skulls decorating some of them, and you can see the first few huts that you come across over here. There is a contingency of kobolds kind of just sitting outside, gnawing on bones, looking at everybody as they're walking in, then going back. Occasionally they're just kind of like snapping at each other and yipping here and there. But there's a good 25 kobolds at least, like in that little area right there. And as you make your way past the first guard tower, you can see that some of these huts there are also some kobolds, but there are also some humans just kind of sitting around in groups around fires as well. And at this moment, I would like all of you to roll me a general charisma check, please. And this is to determine how suave, how well you are kind of blending in as you're walking in. Amala, yours is -4.
-4? Then that's a 15.
15, okay.
Man, I really want to use a group inspo on that, but I'm not going to. It's fine.
Okay.
Why is it -4, DM?
Because you're a silver dragon, probably.
No reason.
You're a paladin with a stick up your butt.
What?
Basha, what'd you get?
They can feel it.
What'd you get, Basha?
I got a 14.
14? Okay. Gwarple.
I got a 10 because I'm acting cash.
Bocek, what'd you get?
15.
15. Okay. And Drovar.
Oh yeah, we're bad. Yeah, got a 10. How you doing?
Listen, I just matched my charisma, so I feel like I did really well. I like Price of Right ruled this really good.
Oh my god, I cannot
Can
believe
I see my rolls?
John.
Sorry,
John, you get inspiration because I know that reference, and I have not thought of that movie in years.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for that. That is such a. Oh my god, that is anybody. I'm just gonna say 2 words: stir crazy, and I'm gonna say two more actors: Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor. That's it. That's all you need to know. Because oh my god, that was a great reference. That was a great reference. Thank you.
I get inspiration.
Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Mr. Wilder. Thank you, Mr. Pryor.
Sorry, I had to roll my dice again to find the log. It wasn't 14; it was actually 16. I lied.
Okay. All right.
But I thought, because I was like, wait, I said 14 immediately after season 14. Then I was like, did I just like say her number and not even look? Like it was a 16.
16. Okay. All right. So as you're walking in, and again, right now nobody is really paying too much attention. You are getting glances here and there, but no more so than other folks. And you can see like there are dwarves, you can see a few elves, a few half elves, a lot of humans, and definitely just this kobolds everywhere. And as you're walking in, when I say there's a lot of people, you absolutely have to stay with, as you're walking in a group, folks are moving out of the way because you are a large group. But there are other large groups that are kind of walking as well. There, you could reach out and touch somebody. That's like, it is that many people in this camp, and you realize that is probably more people showed up to this camp than the last report that you were given of how many folks would be at this camp.
Okay, so just to like, I'm not trying to destroy the verisimilitude here, but this is like basically a Ren fair of evil cosplayers right now. Like, it's just full of badass looking guys, all over the place.
All over the place. And there are women, there are individuals of indeterminate, just origin. Like, you're not sure what the deal is. You have not seen any cultists yet. You just got into the campsite.
I would like to clock any half orcs or orcs, just for no reason.
Okay,
just because they're the worst. We know that they're the worst and true members of this cult.
Make a perception check for me, Corporal.
I was going to ask the same thing for.
That's
wizards.
a natural 1 for a 9.
Okay, you are actively looking for half orcs or orcs.
Listen, I just need to know.
Haven't seen any yet. But the day
they're
is
the
still
leaders. They're the leaders.
They're still young. Basha, what did you want to do?
I was gonna look just to see if I could tell if anybody looked outwardly like a wizard as we're coming in, like spellcasters types, robed folk.
Make a perception check for me.
Nat 20, so 23.
All right. As you're just as you're kind of looking around for any familiar signs of individuals that might be of an arcane nature, such as yourself, you're just kind of looking around. At a first glance, it just seems like a lot of martial individuals. Just you see people with bows, you see people with spears, they're carrying full quivers, you see people with crossbows, swords, axes, long swords. Like, just if it's a martial weapon, somebody's carrying it at first glance. But in the distance, you get a glance in this area. It's just for a moment. Like, you see them very quickly. A hint of purple robes, and someone walking with what looks like an entourage of rather large individuals. But almost as quickly as you saw them, they disappeared into that kind of area. And it was in the distance. So outside of, just seeing individuals and colors, it's very hard to get any more detail than that. But the robes were very clean, things that you definitely would notice as a wizard. Very, very particular. There was some gold trim on the robes as well. So if you had to guess, this person, at the very least, may not be a wizard, or if they aren't a wizard, definitely someone of importance. But you feel like possibly arcane in nature.
I keep track of where they were, and I just kind of am like, oh, there's a spellcaster boy or woman. I couldn't tell; it was so fast.
Where?
Where
I
were
wanted
they?
to see on the
way.
map if there was a ping. What?
Oh, it was specifically like right in this area very quickly, and then disappeared around the corner.
Oh, I'm gonna go check that one out later.
I would like to look around for other Dragonborn as well.
Okay. Make a perception check for me.
Was that person wearing purple robes?
Yeah, why?
Because the boss lady wears purple robes and has a blue mask.
Oh,
That's
that
right.
might be her.
18.
18. You do see a few from where you are. You see 3 Dragonborn. You see 2 black and 1 red, and they're kind of huddled together with a few other individuals. They seem either human or half elf. You're not entirely sure, but they're just kind of sitting around. And they're just kind of like eating at the moment and talking with each other. They actually are laughing, and they seem to be joking around in this moment. and they specifically are in this area over here.
Okay. I would like to look for a tent that looks relatively unoccupied yet, because we need a place to put ourselves
We
or
have
evict somebody.
we have
Well,
the
our
red,
friends would have had a place, so we should find where they were going to be.
Yeah, but we also have the Red Wizard's tent. We can literally just find a spot and set it up.
That's also true.
That's also going to make us a big target, though.
Who the
It's a very nice.
found-
No.
No,
I mean,
we found it
could
in town.
poke holes in it if we need to, but basically, we want to get someplace. We need to blend in and find a place to, like, we're setting up camp.
Okay,
And
let's do that.
Drovar wasn't thinking about, he forgot about the wizard tent. So I'm looking for some place, and I'm thinking it's like, there's some place with like only like 5 kobolds living in it. Because all of these tents that I'm seeing, I mean, by the scale, I mean, it would like, I would have to like run and use a dash action to run across even the small tents, because these are pretty big. So it's like, I'm like thinking it's like, all right, if we find a tent with like with 5 kobolds living in it, we're walking in and kicking the little buggers out and just moving in. That seems to be something that would not go amiss here.
I was also thinking of maybe if we find a place to set up that we can keep eyes on that place the wizard, the lady in blue, purple was wandering, would not be a bad place.
So this area over here, I'm drawing a circle as opposed to drawing that. I'll get rid of that. But that area probably that'd be my vote. If we're going to try to find a place to camp somewhere there, because that should give us a look as who's going up to that tower and hopefully who's going into that cave.
Yeah, let's do that.
Well, I don't know if we want to camp in that camp, because if she's in that area,
well, not in that camp, but near that camp.
Okay.
I was thinking like setting up like
so right around here, up
That's
against the wall.
thinking.
Yeah, let's try that.
Yeah, what is that green shrubbery?
Is that trees?
Yeah, that's
shrubbery.
Yeah, that's actually like shrubbery and some bushes. There's no trees. You don't see any trees in this area, but there are definitely like large bushes, and the largest bush you could probably see in this area are definitely this area that you were specifying before is probably about 6 feet tall, and they're growing up on the rocks. And as you're looking at the walls of the rocks, they are actually sloped upwards as well, and they're about maybe 15 or 20 feet high.
Yes,
Okay.
Bojack?
What if this like Paladin Palday camp Dad sent me to in Little and tenting is assigned? Won't they know we sleeping not where we're supposed to?
I kind of look around at the milling of this camp. I don't think tenting's assigned, buddy.
Yeah, they're raiders. They're no one's that organized.
Remember, that group we met didn't even have a mercenary company.
Okay.
Right, because none of these tents match with each other. It's not like, it's like, oh, welcome, what tent are you staying at? It's not like, that kind of thing.
Well, as you
that would
do,
be hilarious.
yeah, as you approach this area, right? Definitely, these tents seem to be more well put together than these. These were very, very rough. Definitely where kobolds are, because their tents are decorated with skulls and bones and such. As you get to these tents, these huts over here, definitely seem to be more put together. More well put together. No, you don't see any skulls or bones decorating the outsides of these tents specifically.
Are there any? Is there any standard like your Drover is wondering? It's like maybe this group is like a more unified mercenary company, and they would like stake their territory and go, it's maybe not skulls, but it's a banner or something. I'm looking for banners like identifying
there's no
whose turf these guys are staking out.
You don't see any banners, but you would definitely have to get closer. Like you're not close enough to see any detail on these over here. But specifically these over here, definitely no bones, no skulls, a little taller than the ones over here. But there are no like identifying marks or things of that nature that you can see. But again, you'd have to get closer to these over here to get a better idea.
Does there look like there's a place to put this treasure? Like a hoard pile that they were describing?
Let's see. I would say with the perception checks that you had earlier, you have not seen an area yet where that's the case.
I imagine it's that cave.
Yeah, we'll have to get closer to see how much traffic's going in and out of the cave, because, yeah, I'm not seeing... I mean, if these guys were carrying stuff out of the town, we'd be seeing it piled all over the place, but we're not seeing any, large piles of treasure anywhere. Spoils, furniture,
also,
food, whatever.
To kind of get a lay of the land, we might want to consider maybe setting up our tent over here. We're out of the way, and we can kind of watch the coming and going from the cave, from that weird area. We don't know what's over there, but again, we can't wander too much, because if we start circling back around, it looks like we don't know where the fuck we are.
All right, let's head. Let's head down. Make sure I don't draw on this again. Yeah, let's head over here. Just start looking. If it looks like we're getting into kind of richer territory, like these folks have, and we're starting to see checkpoints and stuff, then we'll back up and find a tent back up this way. But let's keep going. We got to get a sense of, how are these guys relating to each other? Where's the pecking order here? Because, somebody's in charge, even if nobody's shouting orders right now.
A good way to figure that out is to find camper sign-up sheet for activities.
Okay.
Bocek, I was thinking you should use your beer to endear yourself to others. Like, that should be your camping activity.
Well, I'm going to say this. With a camp like this, there has to be a bar. There has to be like a mess tent. There has to be a gathering area, probably even a fuck tent for you mammals. But you heard me. This is how mercenaries work. Have you never dealt with mercenaries?
Anyway, let's keep on.
Look, camp is where I had my first time. It's understandable. What?
Oh boy.
I'm not sure we're talking about the same thing. Let's just keep. What is on the map? I'm seeing a red dotted line. What is that marking?
You don't know yet.
Okay. I feel we've moved into a more dangerous area. So we'll just kind of we're marking out this area as potentially will come back as like potentially tent location 1, but we're going to see if we can upgrade down to something over here.
Okay. All right. So you begin. There is a. You can kind of see if you zoom in a little bit onto the map, you can actually see there is what looks to be some kind of well-trodden way towards the location that you're going. So you easily are able to make your way there, and you are still with your horses and the carts.
Yeah, are we seeing? Okay, I'm curious because when they sacked the town, they carried off like all the food supplies and things as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay? Along this trail, are we seeing anything like maybe somebody dropped and broke a sack of flour or something like that? Like right along here, showing they carried stuff and most of it made it, but some things just didn't, and there's like a little debris along here.
The folks that you've seen so far, like sitting in groups and eating and such, there are piles of food. There are piles of like sacks and such. And you get the impression that probably like the food and stuff that they brought or took from Greenest is probably like been put amongst these groups of huts and hovels here. But that's what you've seen so far. As you get further down into the group, as you get to about this area, you see that the hovels and tents have changed slightly. The hides that are making these tents are of better quality. They are colorful in the sense that there are depictions of chromatic dragons drawn upon them. And you do see a collection of not only mercenaries, but you are now starting to see cultists as well. As a matter of fact, as you are approaching this area, one of the cultists says, "You there," and begins pointing to your group, and kind of walks over.
All right, I tap them all on the shoulder. I cast guidance, and I will also emboldening bond her, myself, and Drovar, because I'm afraid for him.
What?
Okay. So you see,
I'm delighted.
yeah, and you see, and this cultist, much like some of the others that you've seen, wearing black robes, kind of flared out, the mask, just kind of comes up and goes, "Oh, excellent! You've got more spoils. All right, good. We'll take it from here." And he just kind of snaps his fingers to a couple of the individuals that he was sitting with, and two cultists and two mercenaries walk over, and they begin kind of shooing you off of the cart to take the cart away from you.
I'll nudge them all. Like, just pretend that we're part of it, man. You can grab your mask from the back. Just fucking be like, "This is ours. We're taking it to the horde."
Oh no, this is ours. We're taking it to the horde ourselves, and then hold up mask from the back.
Cultist kind of looks at you a little oddly.
In Draconic, I say, "Back off, buddy. We know our job."
Make a deception check for me.
Is this in Draconic, or are they speaking in?
They're speaking in common, but
Okay.
Gorple responded in Draconic.
Can I just be aiding Amala for this? Because we're both lying.
Who wants to make the roll? And that person will get advantage because the other one is
Amala,
helping.
make the goddamn roll. I'm terrible at lying.
Alrighty. You said deception, right?
Deception, yeah.
And as I say that, I lick my eyes.
And I get the
You get to add
D4.
2d4 to that because I guided you and I bonded you.
$23.
23? Yeah. The cultist looks at you, Gorple, and then looks at you, Amala. And in Draconic, to you, Gorple, says, "You must be new here. You know that I will let you know in case your companions haven't told you. No one gets near the horde except those who are recognized. You are not recognized." And then turns to you, Amala. "However, you can pass. The rest of you have to stay here." He says it all in Draconic. So the rest of you don't understand what he's saying. But he points
I just nod very sagely, having no idea what's being said. I'm like,
Okay.
I gotta go. I'll kind of grab and I'll nod to Amala, like, "Yeah, that's fine," because then you know where everything is.
I'll do a sharp nod.
And I'll start pulling everyone off. All right, come on, guys, in common. We have to get off.
All right.
Put the robe and stuff, put the mask on, it's like, okay. Since you guys were kind of showing them, it's like, I should put them on, I suppose, okay? Guess we'll set up a tent.
He kind of turns and looks at you and says, "Just grab whatever's available. You don't have to set anything up. We're going to be breaking down soon."
All right.
And he points to you, Amala. "Follow me." And begins to walk in front of the cart and begins leading you towards this area here.
oh boy.
Perfect. I will follow.
All right.
What time of day is it?
It's about 4, like 3 or 4ish in the afternoon.
Okay, so it's still
you can
light
see,
out.
yeah, it is light. You can see that the sky is slowly beginning to show signs of darkening, but dusk is still a ways off.
Do they seem to be stopping us from heading to the tents that are right?
No, you can see that the individuals that got up, as he kind of waved them off to let Amala drive the cart, they went back to their group. But there's about 6 of them here, just kind of sitting around a campfire, just kind of shooting the shit at this moment. and the two individuals, kind of go back and sit down. Nobody's really looking at you kind of weird or anything. They're just kind of like acknowledging your existence.
I'll see if we can grab a tent near so we can watch where Amal is going.
Sure. So you are able, if you'd like, you can actually get into this one right here.
All right.
There's no one in there currently.
All right, and I'll kind of pull everyone in and like quiet huddle. I'll be like, all right, so Amal is taking everything to the treasure hoard, but I think they won't let us pass because we're not recognized. I figured she would at least now be able to see what's going on there, and then it can report back. I don't know. I think that was the best plan.
I think it's about the only option we had.
All right. As you approach this area, Amala, you are definitely being led to this entrance. This looks like a cave entrance. But as you get about maybe 50 feet from the entrance, the cultist puts his hand up for you to stop. As you stop the cart, you can see that there are 5 very large humanoid individuals standing in front of this cave entrance. Each of them has one of those draconic looking creatures by metal chains attached to their belts standing next to them. They are all holding these very deadly looking spears, and they're all wearing plate mail. As you approach and the cultist stops you, they all, from attention, have the spears out in front of them and just point it at the cultist and you. He begins talking to them in Draconic. You understand. And he goes, "We have more additions for the Horde. This individual has brought us these things. They will not be going in, but I made sure that they brought them just here so they can easily be transported within." The guards look at the cultist, and then they look at you, and in Draconic one of them responds back, "Very well, they can go." The cultist turns to you, says, "All right, we'll take everything from here. Thank you for adding to the horde for Tiamat. Praise her."
Praise Tiamat, and I'm like inside, just like seething.
Okay.
Is there a way that I can maybe conceal my like shield, like my Bahamut shield, or should I just let that go? Like
it's within all of the stuff. It's not actually like, it's not out there like, hey, look, it's a shield. It's not on top. It's within all of the things. So, at this point, it looks like it's booty, like treasure. But if you wanna do something else, you can. What would you like to do?
So I guess the question is, are they taking the entire cart, horse and all?
They are taking the entire cart, horse and all.
Do we still have the other 2 horses?
Yeah, you brought the other 2 horses with you to your tent. Okay. So you have those with you.
Man, I would have brought Hank with us, but that's okay.
Yep, Hank's part of the horde now.
All right. Hank's gonna bite that dragon.
So as you get off the cart and the cultist gets on, you stand there and you just watch as the guards separate from the entrance, and the entrance is large enough for the Hank and the cart to be driven in.
All right. So really quick though, I do want to cast Speak with Animals and tell Hank to watch over the cart, like very like quietly, like just patting him and like being like, "Oh yeah, good horse," and then like.
What is the cast? Is it for casting Speak with Animals? Is it verbal, somatic, materials? What do you need for it?
Let me see. It just says communication.
VS.
VS. All right, so you need to actually do a hand thing, that's your somatic, and a verbal. So what I need you to do a sleight of hand check.
I think I'm bad at that.
If you're not are you trying to hide that you're doing this? Because if so, then you would need a sleight of hand check. If you're not trying to hide it, you can just do it.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be suspicious at all for me to like say goodbye to the horse and like.
It's up to you. What would you like to do?
Let's try the sleight of hand and see what happens.
Okay.
I mean, like, what worst case? What you just say? I was saying bye to the horse. Like, you know, I don't know.
Oh, you don't get the D4s anymore. Sorry, we're not.
Oh, I don't. Okay, never mind.
What'd you get?
I got a 5.
All right. So as you kind of get off and the cultist gets on and begins, you kind of walk over to the horse and you begin kind of casting. And as you do, the cultist looks at you and goes, whoa, what are you doing?
I'm just saying goodbye to the horse.
Oh, is this your personal horse?
Yeah. So, oh, I know you can't hear it.
Yes, this is my personal horse.
We're paying you enough that it shouldn't be a problem. Just be quick about it. Right. So you continue to cast. And what do you tell Hank?
I tell Hank to watch over the cart. And
Hank just that's my fucking job.
Thanks, Hank. Ooh, pat.
Die well, Steed.
And the cultist, looking at you very, very oddly now, just kind of like looks at you just for a good like moment, and then begins to take the cart into the cave. As the cart clears the entrance and disappears, the guards, like almost in sync, just take their positions again, slam their spears into the ground, and the draconic creatures next to them are just like and now they're all staring at you.
I will nod and about face.
Okay. So you nod and about face. You have no idea where your group is. So this will be good. But the rest of you kind of saw a general idea. If you're kind of like sticking your head out and just like kind of watching, you definitely saw them take the cart into that cave entrance. But you now see Amala kind of walking back the way she came.
I'll just kind of try to.
I will do the whistle, which I'm
gonna do the awkward stretch, like, oh, I'm getting out of this tent to stretch for no reason whatsoever.
Okay,
I can do the whistle, but it does not pick up well on mic.
Yeah,
well,
don't.
Let's just try to get them all his attention. Yeah. It's like, oh, over here.
Yeah. All right. You do turn some heads with the whistle, but it's not like this camp isn't noisy. So, people just stare at you for a moment and then they just kind of go back to their, whatever they're doing. But lots of people, you can hear laughter. You can hear people talking. There's definitely smells of different foods within the camp. There's definitely an air of just trying to get some kind of semblance of like relaxing, of a hard day of raiding. Now we're going to celebrate and have a good time.
So as an ex-military guy, this is like post-battle chill.
Yes.
We're chilling out, just unwinding, looking forward to a night of like cracking open some kegs and having some fun.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, this very well. This is exactly what's happening. You also know, actually, Drovar, considering your experience, make an insight check with advantage for me.
$12.
Well,
you can add D4. Your bond is in bold.
Oh, thank God. Okay, up to 14.
14. Okay, good. So as you kind of like whistle and you kind of call for Amala, and she kind of sees you and begins making her way towards the tent. You can see like absolutely this is everybody starting to kind of get into that, relaxing, having a good time, celebrating what they just did. And there are no guards about, and you begin looking around, and you can see that they're now starting to actually take their places. Like there are guards, but there was just so much chaos of folks coming into the camp that it was just easier to allow folks to come into the camp. But now, as night is beginning to come, as dusk is beginning to make its way into the day, into the evening, there are now you can see guards beginning to make their way to various parts of the camp, including the entrance that you came to, and now starting to kind of situate themselves. They too seem to be very like lackadaisical at the moment. They are like, they have food in their hands. They're joking around with each other as well. So they're not paying attention 100%. But they are starting to make their way towards what you would assume are their normal guard positions.
Okay.
And you are now all within this tent, this hut, if you will. It fits you all pretty comfortably. There's not a lot of room, but you're not all squished in there. You know, you're not like body to body. So what would you like to do?
Well, I'm gonna want to get our cart back eventually, obviously. But
All right. Well, they said they were gonna be breaking this place up pretty like soon. So this isn't like, this is no permanent, fortification. Everybody's brought the loot in. Clearly, all the shiny stuff has been sent into the tunnel, and all the food and drink's gonna be consumed by these jokers out here.
The cave is also very heavily guarded, Corporal. Very heavily guarded.
oh yeah, I was watching. I'm pretty sure I can get by that, but that's fine.
Yes, Bojack?
Do we know if this is where the dragon that we bitch slapped retreated to?
It's not the same direction that we saw it fly off, correct?
No, completely different direction.
Yeah, it
Does
could-
that mean we get to bitch slap 2 dragons in 1 week?
I mean,
Well,
there's something draconic down there, that's for sure. Whether it's an actual dragon or another one of those big, bastards we fought outside the fort.
They mentioned that this horde specifically was for Tiamat, the Queen of Dragons.
that's weird.
Yeah, unless it's somehow going straight to her. I mean, so they've got to take it somewhere, which means either there's a way to transport it. I'm figuring there's a pile of money in there mostly, like, the good stuff. It's like it's got to get to her, right? It's got to go somewhere. So I'm not seeing any other ways of transporting it. So maybe after the party, maybe there's a way to move it inside there. We got to get a look in.
So I think priority we should do is, I think we should mingle around the camp, find out what's going on, try to find our contact. And then I think second priority would be get into that cave, find out what's in there, figure it out, and then kind of have a plan.
We need, Bocek, I think you need to crack out as much of the beer as you can. Most of these mercenary types, they're looking for a party. I think, they're not going to be, if they get nice and drunk and, they're going to be staggering around, they're not going to take too much notice and we start trying to break in. Some of the guards will be, hopefully paying attention to them, breaking up fights. If there's some tougher ones right by the gate, we're going to have to deal with them.
I can show some leg if that will help, wizard leg. People want to get a look at the wizard's robes, you know what I'm saying? It's like...
I mean,
What?
do you know much about mercenaries? Because I am unsure you actually want to do what you're saying.
I've spent some time around them before, in Waterdeep, Well, not mercenaries as much as, just other folk.
No, okay, we don't want to mess with the mercenaries at all. What we want is for them to get really drunk and start punching each other.
Hey, Chris?
Yeah.
About how many bottles of the green dragon ale would you say I have left?
Ooh.
I would probably say,
Because
considering
I haven't been able to sell that one very well, but I did take the time to bottle that one.
Yeah.
specifically.
you didn't give away a lot, but you did give away some. I'm gonna say you probably have like a dozen bottles left.
So if I was giving out the beer that I do have, if I made 1 out of every 10 beers a Green Dragon Ale, that would be reasonable to use up the rest of my stock, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, without a doubt. With so many people here, there's easily, considering that you move deeper into camp, you'd probably estimate there's easily anywhere between maybe 250 to 300 people in this camp currently.
So my plan is to follow Drovar's advice and give out as much beer as I can and empty out my stock, and 1 out of every 10 beers that I give out winds up being that Green Dragon Ale. So some people get real drunk and some people get fucking poisoned.
Wait,
Poisoning.
why don't we save the green beer for like the big folk? And I kind of like jerk my thumb over back towards the cave, and we tell them it's like special beer that only they get to have, but like we should give it to some other people too, so they're not totally suspicious.
Drover takes a look at those guys like, well, let me tell you, those guys are not taking a break.
Boo.
Yeah, because I only have so much, and Bocek like starts hitting his head. It's like
don't do that.
No. It's like if you give out money randomly, and some people get gold, some people get silver. They go, oh, random chance, fuck up. But if you give everyone who is Bocek size gold and everyone who Gorpal and Drovar size silver, they get pissed. Does that make sense?
Kinda.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't fight all of them. We just need enough going on that none of them are going to come in and interfere with us getting in there.
That's why we make it so that, like, it's not one group gets bad beer. It's 1 out of every so many.
Also, this is a pretty good idea, because worst comes to worst, if we don't start a fight, it means that they're not going to be able to move tomorrow, because they're going to think they're sick. They're going to think that there's a dysentery or something throughout the camp. So they might have to wait another day, and that can give us time to investigate the camp and the area a little bit more. People are going to party, but if a bunch of people start getting sick throughout the camp, it's a camp. That happens.
Something we need to find out is, if they're mercenaries, is this when their contract's over? They might not be going where the horde is. They might be just here, and then they wake up all hungover, and the horde's gone. They
wake up all hungover. That means they ain't going to be fighting us when we stop horde from leaving.
My point is, if the horde's got their own plans, what we got to do is, if we're going to start spreading the cheer around here, we got to find out. It's like, so what's your plans for tomorrow? If they tell us, our contract's all paid up, we're going to go find the smallest, best, closest town we can that we haven't raided and spend all our money, they're going to leave, which is fine. But we want them to be so busy with themselves that if we get into that tunnel, the only ones we might have to fight are those big galoots right there.
Yes, we
can
do that.
In.
We could do that with everyone we haven't given fucking alcohol poisoning to. I still think giving a chunk of the camp alcohol poisoning only helps our cause.
Oh, it definitely does, but it'd be good to find out what the plan of this place is, because we haven't heard it. All we know is that they're breaking up camp soon, but if the cultists are going one way and the mercenaries are going another, we need to just focus on the cultists.
All right. I'm not the mercenary, so... I've never been a mercenary, so Drovar, you know mercenaries. I give out beer, you ask questions to anyone who doesn't accidentally drink bad beer.
I'm going to pull out my sundial, look at the time, and he says like 4-ish, 5.
Yeah, it started, definitely the sky's getting darker.
Here's my thought, guys. I say we spend 2 hours doing this endeavor. If we don't find anything and we don't do it, we go right to sleep. Because that gives us about 6 to 7 hours of sleep. We wake up at like 1 or 2 in the morning. I can then make us really stealthy, or I got my wizard killer ability I just learned. I like hunting witches.
Oh, like that. No,
I can create an area of silence. So if we needed to eliminate those guards silently in the middle of the night at like 2, 3 in the morning, when it's pitch dark, no one can see anything, we can arrange that.
All right. So, Boshek, you got a question.
Look, if you want to get people partying, you don't want to get people partying and then go to bed, because then they're going to be less party.
We don't need to party with them.
They're going to party on their own.
No. We just tell you what, Bochek, you and I are going to go around. We start dropping things off. It's like, hey, good luck to you. Yeah, it was a good thing. Yeah, we really roughed up those peasants. Chat with them a little bit, share the beers, keep moving. So if one of them starts to get sick, there's no pattern that they're picking up. Meanwhile, the rest of you there's that half elf we're trying to find. You're looking for him, see if he sells us. Oh, this is what they're doing. I've been here for 4 days. I know that. That'd be good to know too. Then we meet back here when the beer's done, and we see if we've learned enough to change our plans. And otherwise, we make it an early night, and then we try to hack our way in there. But I'd like to know more about what's in that tunnel.
Again, I could probably sneak in there myself. Remember, this armor camouflages, and that's stone.
Yeah, but you in there by yourself, possibly with dragon and horde, because we don't know if the dragon's in there, if the horde's just in there, right? The dragon from before.
It'd be real bad if you went in and you got caught. You're
Accurate.
Not getting out.
Accurate. Yeah. No, listen, I'm not saying you're wrong. Also, never tell me the odds. But I can crawl. I can literally climb from up top and crawl along the ceiling. So they wouldn't be looking up, because no one looks up. That's what you city dwellers never look up. And it's an easy way to get in and out. I'm just saying, if we want someone to scout, I know it's risky, I could do it.
I think it's worth doing, but let's wait until everybody. Later. There's so much distraction behind us with all the mercenaries getting drunk and sick and everything. Yes, Bochek.
Yes, Bochek.
Gorple, I've never met somebody who hasn't been looking up.
Oh, yeah. I mean, to you, obviously. But I'm saying, do you look... But the thing is, do you walk around a city looking up?
He does. So.
I've seen it. Right, he does.
Okay. Yes, occasionally, if it's raining, Drover has to stop me from drowning.
Yes,
like a duck. Like a duck. Okay.
His default sometimes is...
So, I think this is a pretty solid plan. I think Amala, you might do your best maybe with those other Dragonborn and other cultists, because you actually speak Draconic, and that's an edge.
I've been wanting to go speak with those Dragonborn, so I will do that.
I also speak Draconic, but I was going to ask the DM if I could use my feature, Ear to the Ground, because these are like mercenaries and hired folk, and it's like you are in a frequent contact with people in the segment of society that your chosen quarries move through. These people might be associated with the criminal underworld, the rough and tumble folk of the streets, or members of high society. This connection comes in the form of a contact in any city you visit, a person who provides information about the people and places of a local area. This is a pretty large area, may not be a city, but I might be able to maybe get in contact with bounty hunters who are taking mercenary work.
You can absolutely try.
Okay. I might know some guys that have taken contracts here and there. So I was going to consider, I'll look out for that elf, because I do have pretty sharp eyes and I can overhear. Also, I'm pretty small and I kind of look like a kobold, so people might ignore me if it's dark. And I speak Draconic, so I'll do my best to try to find out what I can through what I can. And then I guess that leaves what you want to do, Basha.
I mean, I can just go along with Bochek and Drovar and be like cheery female person that, kind of flirty, but not too flirty.
Yeah, don't be showing any leg.
Okay, I will not show wizard leg.
No.
Okay. So as you're having this conversation, you all begin to hear some kind of commotion outside the tent. And you hear what sounds like yelling. You hear it actually goes somewhat silent. Like there's been a lot of loud noises, talking, joking, laughing, things like of that nature, and it subsides slightly. There's still a din, but it's definitely a lot quieter. And you can hear what sounds like yelling. Do you want to leave your tent, or are you going to stay where you're at?
Yes, I want to see what's going on.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm nosy. I want to see what's going on.
Okay. As you get out of the tent, directly across from you over here at this tent, you see that purple-robed individual flanked by two black half-dragon individuals that are just as tall, if not taller, than the blue half-dragon that Amala fought. And you can see that one of the half-dragons has one of the mercenaries impaled on a spear. And the person in the purple robes, you can't really see them. They do have a mask on currently, and their hood is pulled up. You can see them with their hand on the chest of the half dragon, and the half dragon is just like breathing very heavily with this spear, just holding this, and the individual is still alive and is just squirming on this spear. And the person in the purple robe is calmly talking with this half dragon. And the half dragon just throws the person off of the spear into a group of other raiders and mercenaries who are just kind of like surrounding the area, but giving them lots of space. And just casually just tosses them off the spear, says something in Draconic to this person. Warple and Amala, you can make perception checks to see if you can hear what they're saying. But the rest of you don't understand. They are absolutely speaking Draconic.
12.
I got the reverse of that. 21.
21. Okay. Amala, you hear bits and pieces. You hear the purple robed individuals just calm yourself. And then you hear the half dragon, fuck, I will. Gorple, you hear everything. You hear, calm yourself, I understand why you are upset, but vengeance will be yours. Now is not the time. We are very close to our objective. And then the half dragon says, fuck, I will kill everyone in this camp if I think it would help. I know it won't, but I will. And the person just kind of, again, pats this half dragon on the chest, says, time will come, we will find them, and you will have your vengeance. And then they just kind of look at everyone, and the purple-robed individual in common says, well, back to your revelries. This does not concern you. And they all just kind of like look at each other and begin to kind of leave very quickly, leaving that mercenary who was impaled on the ground, just bleeding out right there on the ground. And he's moaning and holding his chest. He's like, he looks like he's on death's door. But
How far is he from me?
Maybe 20 or 30 feet.
And there's like a murmuring crowd around me.
Yeah, they are all everybody is watching, who is in this area is watching what's happening. And you watch as they all retreat into that larger tent together.
All right. Once they're inside, I go, hey, buddy, I can help you. Come here. And I'm going to whisper a healing word.
Okay. How much do you heal him for?
Max 6.
6. The wound does close, and the blood stops flowing from his mouth and his wound. And he's like, oh, I thought I was a fucking goner. Thank you.
Yeah, here. I got you, buddy.
Come on into our tent. Have a beer.
Yeah. Oh, fucking evil. Yeah. The hell?
I got you. I'm a brewer, but like the home brewer.
Oh shit, you old big one. The fuck is you? And he points right at you, Gorple. Like, just the fuck are you?
Number one party frog.
Yep. I'm a mercenary, just like you. And I lick my eyes.
Deception check. Deception check, because you had to say it like that, right? Deception check.
It's
So
my
dumb.
flaw. I have a tell anytime I lie.
I'm a mercenary.
Flaw is not to
Like,
lie badly. Your flaw is just
No,
that
my
when you
flaw
lie.
is when I lie, I lick my eyes. So that's an 11.
11.
That's his tell.
He's fucked up, so he's gonna be at disadvantage. He kind of looks at you and goes, "You're a fucking mercenary. I'm a fucking dragonborn." And he's clearly
Wow.
he's clearly
I'm
Whether
human.
or not.
I'm also the one that just healed you. So
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah.
should-
Just I don't give a fuck.
you
Just
want a
give me a
beer? Let's
beer.
go.
Just give me a fucking beer. And just he kind of gets up. He starts wiping the blood off of his mouth and just wiping the blood off of on his pants, and he follows
I
you
would like
into
to-
your
I would
follows
like
you
to
into the thing.
watch. I would like to watch the crowd. It's like,
Yeah,
does it
smart.
look like he's got any buddies who are just like, it's like, oh, we'd love to help Joe, but man, we don't like him that much, or anything, or is everybody like, okay, nothing to see here? They've just wandered away.
Yeah, no, they're just wandering away.
Okay.
No, nobody's made any move to get near him or help him or anything.
Okay. So
I
we'll
give
sit him
him-
down.
I give him a completely normal beer.
Good.
Okay. And he takes it and he just goes, "Oh, that's fucking good. Thank you, big one." And he just gets drinking.
Yeah, your worst day has turned into a pretty good one. What the fuck happened out there? We heard the noise.
Just fucking these fucking dragon people. No offense. And he looks at you, Amala. It's no offense. It's just holy shit. They've got you dragon people got tempers. Oh fucking hell.
I mean,
Yeah.
he was a half dragon.
What's
Did you
that?
say something to him? Did you bump into him?
No, I was just walking next to him. Like I didn't bump into him, nothing. Like he got pissed. They were walking past me, and they were talking about something, about somebody got killed, and he got really pissed. And he just drove his fucking spear into my chest. And he just thinks about it for a minute, and he hands you the beer back, Bocek. And he begins to open his shirt to look at the wound, and it's mostly closed. Like there's still like a gash. It stopped bleeding. It's still there. He goes, "Holy shit, that was inside me. Fucking
All right.
hell!"
That does happen when you're impaled.
And he grabs the beer back from you, Bocek, and just
So-
guzzles it.
So wait, they treat us mercenaries, I lick my eyes, like we're kobolds? That's insane.
All right, I'm curious now. Did they say who it was that died that had pissed off this guy?
It has to be like he hasn't come back yet. It's like the big blue one, like them.
Big blue one, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, he was
Didn't
there
see
earlier.
any of those blue half dragons anywhere, did we? Nope.
Nope, and I lick my eyes.
Trovar, make a deception check for me, please.
Jesus Christ.
Come on, man. You
You
guys
guys
are
not be
just
allowed to lie.
you guys are walking into this shit. Go
Oh,
I
ahead.
know,
actually,
I know.
I'm proficient in deception, yet somehow I'm never the one lying in these things. What is happening?
What'd you get, Trovar?
I once again, hold on. Okay, deception. Ooh, I actually have 1 point in it. 13.
13.
He's drunk and had a near-death experience.
Yeah, he gets to looks at you. He's like, "Yeah, well, no, this is. You must have been like in the second wave. They came in. Yeah, there was there was 3 of them. One of them came in with boss lady in the robes, and but the other 2 were just like they were inseparable until the raid. One had to stay back here, the other one had to go. He hasn't come back yet. Apparently he's fucking dead now, and they took it out on me with the fucking spear. And you're right, small frog person. It's just like it is. If I wasn't being paid so much, I would be pissed.
Right,
I mean,
so what happens tomorrow? I mean, these guys almost killed you, but they did pay you. So were you going to go with them, or are they going to go somewhere else now?
Oh well, some of us are going with them. Some of us contracts up. So I don't know. I'm not like running shit. I don't know, but like me personally, I'm gonna take the money I got, and now that I'm gonna fucking live it up. I mean, I was almost
Honestly,
fucking dead.
That doesn't sound like an awful idea.
The second chance.
I'm just.
That's what
I'm
I
just-
was going to recommend.
I'm gonna go to Baldur's Gate. I'm gonna find the best titty place I can find, and I'm gonna just hold up there until this heals. And I think my days working for crazy dragon people is over.
I think that's a good idea.
Oh,
I wish you many good tits on your journey.
Thank
Basha, who was that friend we had that we were looking for? Maybe, and I licked my eyes. Maybe you could describe him better and talk more about him.
Well, friend, you got a couple friends here. I mean, there's like a few people came in, groups of people, like they came in together, but everybody else is mostly out for themselves, unless they're like, crazy dragon fanatic. You're not crazy. And he gets really scared for a moment. He goes, "You're not crazy, like praise to you, Matt." And he just backs up slightly.
Look, mate. If we were crazy dragons, fanatics, we would have let you die.
That's true. All right. Now, some us mercenaries go stick together. Yeah.
So
We're only in it for the money.
Right, so the ones that decide to stick with these crazies, what are they doing tomorrow?
I don't know. It's just they've already been contracted. Like I tried to get in on that because no longer contract is more pay. I'm glad I did get it now. But yeah, they're going wherever the rest of the dragon people are going. I don't know. Honestly, at this point, I don't care. If they're gonna be just randomly stabbing people, it's fucking nuts. That I don't get paid for. That's extra.
Right, being paid for death is extra.
No, being stabbed. I've been stabbed. I've been stabbed for fun before. It's the pay isn't great, but it's pay if you need it. So
I don't get it.
No, it's all right.
Rich people pay for the weirdest shit. Just saying.
Actually, very true.
No. So thank you for you got another beer?
Yes, of course. Here, have another beer.
He grabs it, just starts guzzling.
I am going to be walking around camp giving lots of people beer because that's what I do when I get big pay job.
All right, yeah. So you were second wave. Stay away from the fucking cave. Those guys will kill you faster than that fucking dragon person tried to kill me.
I've already met him.
Anybody? So the only ones who get to go near the cave are like the girl with the mask, the big dragon. If you're not crazy dragon folk, you don't go near the cave.
Not all of them. Just like a few people that they recognize to not kill immediately. If you're not one of those people, it don't matter how much you're getting paid. Don't matter if you're here in the camp. You just, I see it like they killed like 3 or 4 kobolds, and the kobolds are supposed to go in there because they're just like twitchy. And a couple of mercs were a little curious when we first got here. They're gone, and I don't mean like gone. I mean dead gone. Because they just like you just don't fuck around the cave. Everybody else is probably fine. That's about it.
Is there I know, we just got back into the camp. Everything moved. Is there a local well for us to drink? Did we dig one in time?
No, there's no well, but we got barrels of like mead and ale and beer. It's better than water, so it's fine.
Okay.
But yeah. And yeah. I think that should be about everything you need to know. Just don't stay away from the fucking dragon people. Again, no offense. Just stay away from them. It's because they're very stabby this evening. So and thank you again so much, frog person. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go lay down.
Probably smart.
Yeah. Thank you for the beer. It just takes the bottle. It just cheers, and it just kind of like walks out.
Cheers.
We didn't even get his name.
Nope. Well, he'll be dead by a dragon tomorrow anyway.
Probably.
Just, we've only delayed fate.
Yeah, he begins to walk out, and you hear a couple people just like immediately burst out laughing. And then it just kind of,
or just we're
you're
just
not,
hearing.
you're not sure as he walks out. You just hear a bunch of people laughing. Yeah, you stick your head out, and you can actually see a few people just kind of pointing at him and laughing.
Also, it seems that a little bit of the past is coming back to us.
Well, only if they know it was us.
I mean,
let's not even talk about it while in this place. How about that?
There were no survivors, so they shouldn't know, but that's fine.
So let's hand out beer, yeah? I will be happy, cheery beer girl. Yay!
All right. I'm gonna put my ear to the ground, and then we'll meet up. Also, I might poison all their drinking supplies. But anyway, let's go.
All right. So you begin splitting up. Splitting the party is always a great idea. And making your way throughout the camp. So who's doing specifically what?
Because the whole splitting the party is not a good idea, I will turn to Amal and say, hey, why don't you come with us, and we'll start off with the camp with those Dragonborn in it. We'll pass the beers around there, and you hang out and chat with them for a bit while we're doing that. Because I just don't think it's seeing how, their managerial policy here. I don't think it's a good idea for any one of us to be left on their own.
Yeah. All right, let's go together.
And also, DM, I'm gonna make myself look a little less like outwardly wizardly. Like I'm not gonna be wearing my hat. I'm gonna make myself more look like sexy Basha, not like wizard Basha, because I don't want to I'm trying not to be like obviously standing out since there's so many fighty types here and only one noticeable spellcaster.
Just tear the dress off so it's right up to the knee as opposed to the ankle.
Yeah, exactly.
Just the ankle. Just
the ankle. Sexy medieval ankle.
How racy. Oh.
Okay, my ankles bring all the raiders to the yard.
Yes.
All right, so it's going to be Bocek, Drovar, and Amala, and Basha?
And Basha, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And so you, and then Gorple, you're putting your ear to ground.
Yeah, I'm literally like, as they're talking about being together, I just sneak away from them.
Okay.
Because I'm like, I work better alone. I don't want to be part of this.
It's fine.
All right.
He's
licking his eyes somewhere.
All right, so Gorple, which way are you going to start your endeavor?
So you said they're going. Where's the camp that looked like they had the Dragonborn?
The camp that had the Dragonborn was over here. And your tent is here. So the rest of your group is going to be making their way this way. So which way do you want to go?
So does this look like, so the camps to the south of us, look like more cultisty? Yeah, where you're aiming down.
Yeah, they look definitely more you can see like colorful depictions on those huts also of chromatic dragons flying through the air, burning people, like very specific tableaus.
And the camp that we're in seems a little mercenary camp-esque.
It seems like a combination of mercenary and cultist.
Okay. I'll start over here where we are and maybe head to the area where that purple robe lady came from.
Okay. All right. So for you, Gorple, with your ear to the ground, I'd like for you to make a general, you know what, just make me a survival check with advantage.
That's a natural 20 for 25. And I'm also keeping an eye out for that half-elf we're looking for as I move through the crowd.
All right. As you're moving through the crowd, and you can see that they are definitely, they're keeping their voices down a little more than they were previous to this incident, this stabbing incident. Still trying to celebrate, but definitely they seem to be a little more on edge as you're kind of walking through. Definitely keeping all eyes definitely focus occasionally on this tent where the two large black half dragons and the purple robed individual have made their way into. But while they don't actually come out of that tent, everyone seems to be happy with that, but are definitely keeping an eye on that tent. And as you're making your way through, you definitely hear smatterings of conversations. And folks are generally just not acknowledging you at all. They see that you're there, but they're not like talking with you or trying to make eye contact in any way. You do notice that there is a tiefling and a half orc sitting amongst the bushes here.
I mean, they're clearly up to no good if I know anything about orcs.
And they are passing a bottle back and forth between each other. And out of everyone that you've met, they actually kind of look at you oddly and definitely have made eye contact with you. Right. Not in a like aggressive way, but
I don't know, that half orc looked pretty aggressive at me. But I will move my way towards them, keeping myself to shadows, ground, being ignored.
Okay.
They're shifty. I mean, that half orc is definitely shifty. That tiefling, perfectly reasonable person. But I don't know, he might be being corrupted by this half orc.
As you approach, you can see tiefling is red skinned, yellow eyes. Their horns kind of come out from the forehead and crest backwards, almost like making a crown around their head, with long, like dark brown, blackish hair that's kind of braided towards their back. The tiefling is also wearing kind of like this black leather armor. The half orc, just kind of like grayish green skin, these protruding tusks from the bottom of his lips, completely shaved bald, face and forehead scarred, just like there's many scars, like some kind of creature or something just like clawed across the face, also wearing kind of blackish armor. And as they see you, the tiefling goes, "Holy fucking shit, I've not seen a grung in these parts and I don't know how fucking long. You want a drink?" And just kind of holds out the bottle towards you.
Sure. Yeah. I haven't seen one of you in a while. I don't know what you are, actually, honestly. What are you?
Oh, that's very interesting. Yeah. Well, yeah, you all kind of isolated where, out in short. So I'm a tiefling.
I thought you were a satyr, but okay, that works.
No. I'm not all flighty and weird like some of the satyrs you've probably read about. But
what are you guys? You guys are all by yourself out here, wearing similar uniforms.
Oh yeah, well yeah, we came out here together. This is my mate Gunther. And the orc
I let a low like grumble, like frog grumble that they might not understand, but it's like fucking half.
Yeah. You also hear, "Oh yeah, his nuts is primed for an arrow." And you hear that, and you kind of like look a little odd, and the tiefling just kind of looks at you. Says, "You're right there, mate. You look a little odd there."
I mean, I'm a frog person. Of course, I'm odd.
That's true. It's true.
And I lick my eyes.
The half orc just kind of looks at you. "How you doing?"
Yeah, I just look at the tiefling and I ignore the half orc, and I go, "So, you guys don't look like normal mercenaries. Kind of like I."
Oh, it's too true. We're not normal. We're the fucking best. Yeah, that's why we keep ourselves, a little isolated from the riffraff, if you know what I mean. But you and your people, you people have done some great shit in the past. Slaving, making gold, hunting. That's what brings you out here, doesn't it?
I just nod. I don't say
Yeah.
anything.
So yeah. What do you think of crazy old half dragons there?
I mean, I think their bite is bigger than their bark, to be honest, looking at them. Because they don't really talk much, but they definitely assault people.
Oh yeah, that's like their MO. That's what they do. But you know, the coin's good, so hopefully they'll be a little less stabby. You know, from the next leg of the contract, and
Yeah.
make some good coin.
Well, honestly, I'm kind of, you know, I kind of look at my gear and look at like the riffraff mercenaries as I look like I'm well equipped. I'm like, listen, I'm good at what I do, and my friends are good at what we do. What's going on around these parts? Like, give me a little bit of. Listen, you guys have been watching. I can see you're by yourselves. I don't want to hang out with the riffraff. I don't want to be part of that group. I got competent people, and I want to keep going. I want to see how far this takes me. It pays good. So what kind of suggestions you might have?
Kind of looks around for a moment. Make a persuasion check with advantage.
That's a 13.
13. Kind of looks around for a minute and goes, all right, may have a seat. Introductions is in order. I'm Goza. This is Gunther. Me mate Gunther with GG. We do the good shit. You know, we get in, get out, very quiet, do the job right. And I like the cut of your jib, my good son. So let's have a powwow and talk about what's going on. Maybe we cut you in.
All right. Well, I'm from Clan Lurky Pokey, so you know what I'm good at.
Oh yeah, I think Gunther. Yeah, he's a good one. Yeah, because I used to work with a few of you at when we were working in Cholt. So I know how good your people can be. So I like it. I think we could do some good things together. Yeah. So what do you need to know? I mean, we've been here the longest. You came in with the second wave. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I just kind of want to see, who to avoid, who I should smooth with, who's who, and who's important. I don't really need to know who the riffraff are.
No,
I just need to know. I need to know who I need to talk to, who I need to get nice with, and who I need to avoid.
All right. So obviously you found the people you need to be with right here. Gunther Goza, yeah. The GG's, the good stuff. So, but as far as the riffraff, the jackass who got himself stabbed. I mean, who the fuck stays that close to one of those guys with the big ass? It's just stupid. Yeah, all of these other losers here don't know a good thing if it bit them right in the crotch. But here's the important thing. They're collecting so much loot that it's very easy for them to fulfill the contract. So if they say they're going to pay you, whatever they're going to pay you, always start high. And whatever they agree to, you're going to get paid it. So no worries. So you just stick with me and Gunther, and we'll get you all situated. Boss Lady, have you met Boss Lady yet?
No, honestly. What's her name?
Oh, that's Mondath. Mondath, yeah, you gotta. She's the one that's giving the orders here. She didn't set up the camp though. That would be Resmir. Resmir is one of the big half dragons here, the big black ones. Not the stabby one. He was the calm one. He came in and he set up everything here in preparation for all of the raiding. But Mondath, she's the one that's been giving out the orders. She's the one that the voice of Tiamat or something like that. I don't know much about the crazy dragon things, but like I said, the coin here is good. We could be set up for life after this job. So longer we stay on the good side, the longer we get paid, son.
I mean, I kind of look and I give that shifty, no good, nothing look. I'm like, what's from stopping us from taking what we want and getting the fuck out of here.
At this point, Gunther kind of shifts slightly. He goes, "Well, for the first thing, those fucking guys right up front, no fucking joke. I don't know who they are or how they've been trained. But they've been trained to fucking kill on sight, and they're good at it. We've already seen it, so it's not a good idea. We get money." Gozer, how's it go again? I got this. All right. Yeah, what Gunther's trying to say is stay away from the Horde because we get paid from the Horde anyway, so there's no point in going in and making waves.
I get what you're saying, but how are we going to, if we are going to move, right?
Mm-hmm.
How is our Horde going to move so our payment comes with us? I'm concerned about that.
Yeah, they got magic people, and they've been, like I said, they've been setting things up for a while. So they've got carts and shit in their cave. We've seen carts go in, like they got a bunch of carts in there. But with the magic and the carts and everything, I've got no issues with them. They're going to be able to transport this stuff without any problems. There's no point in rocking the boat because we're getting paid good coin here. 3 days, we've already made 100 gold each. So, yeah, there's more where that came from, yeah?
Yeah, no, I don't see a problem with that. Hey, honestly, I kind of look around. These, do you think they're gonna turn on us? Because that guy just stabbed. I know that guy sucked, and he probably deserved getting stabbed.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
But you see the way they treat those kobolds. Like what? Why? What are we to them?
The kobolds. They're little meat shields. That's all they are. They're little meat. Yeah. They look. They come with the dragon people because they like dragons and they're easy to control. But they're just like the breed, and there's lots of them, and they're good for little menial tasks. And even the ones that they can't do, we got slaves in camp for that, right? So it's really easy to just ignore the kobolds. Don't worry about the kobolds. And if they get in your way, if you kill one or two, it's perfect. We've already killed a couple since we've been here. It's fine. So just take care of them if they get in your way. Just don't go overboard. If you really, really hate kobolds and you want to kill a bunch of one or two, just kill one or two is fine. Just if you start killing more, it's just, they get really upset about it.
Oh, where are the slaves? And I kind of look around.
There's a couple. Gunther, where'd you put the last batch that came in with? Oh, we got 3 of them over that way, and he points towards the area where the rest of your companions are heading towards. There's probably 2-3 more somewhere else in the camp, but I didn't bring them in. But I seen them around. It's just, and your people are slavers, so got slaves. Look, this is a good deal here, and now you're in on it. So, wait a minute. I didn't get your first name. What's your first name?
Gorble.
Holy shit! He just kind of looks at you. He looks at Gunther. He goes, Gunther, Gozer, and Gorble. It's like destiny, my son. It's great. We were meant to meet each other. He just kind of smiles.
Jeez.
He just kind of smiles, and you see these rows of sharp teeth as he smiles, and he just kind of looks at you. He's like, "Oh, this is perfect. Yeah, we're gonna do so many good things together." And you hear in the back of your head, Gorple, "Yeah, shoot him in the nuts."
In my head, because I think it because I don't want to say it out loud. I go, "Oh, well, we're definitely gonna kill that guy. Just not right now, but in a little bit, and it'll just be the 2 Gs, and it'll be great."
Gorple, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
That's a 10.
God damn it, you just made it. You have this overwhelming urge to start just pull an arrow out of your quiver and just shoot Gunther right in the crotch. Like it is as you're talking with Gozer, like it's just like your hand just kind of like just goes back towards your quiver, and then you just and you just kind of pull it back down.
Do I get a sense that like this bow has done this to me, or is it just like a weird thought?
It is a weird thought that you shook off.
But I have been warned that this bow does do things like this. Okay.
Yes.
So I go, thanks, geez. I have to go now.
All right,
I'm looking for someone.
Yeah, who are you looking for? We probably know. We know a lot of people here.
I'll do a vague description of the half elf that I'm looking for.
Half elf. There's a bunch of half elves.
He probably came in on the second wave.
Oh, we haven't met everybody from the second wave yet, so we do. It's like a dozen or so half elves here in camp. I don't know, so sorry.
Could you point me in a direction for where some of them congregate?
Oh, they came in, and he kind of points like back to where you came in, to the upper area. So this area right up here, which is kind of like right around the corner from where you're all sitting.
All right, I'm going to
probably right over there, probably, but yeah.
All right, well, we'll meet up tomorrow when we leave, and we'll get out of here and keep our job going. And I lick my eyes as I turn around, and in my head. And as I'm walking away, I start muttering to myself, and I go, hey, I understand what you want, but if you try to control me, I'm going to break you over my knee.
If you don't fucking kill an orc in the next 24 hours, you won't have a bigger problem.
Okay, you're a piece of wood, and I will put you in an extra-dimensional space. You got to calm your shit. We've been working well together, and right now, if you get me killed, we're gonna have a lot bigger problems than you're gonna let an orc. I'm gonna give you to Gunther if you don't shut the fuck up.
I will fucking end you if you put me in the hands of an orc.
Have I led you wrong yet?
No, but there's an orc right there. He's killing.
I'll kill him while we wake up really late at night. I'll shoot him in the neck with an arrow.
You promise?
Well, I can't shoot him in the neck because you only go for the groin.
Well, yeah, but you promise to shoot him?
I'll consider it. It's definitely in my mind.
You gotta promise.
I don't have to do anything.
You gotta promise.
I'm gonna put you in an extra-dimensional space if you keep yelling at me.
You hear nothing.
I put him in an extra-dimensional space. I put him in a lotus quiver because I don't think he can talk to me when he's in an extra-dimensional space.
As you're doing it, you hear.
It's called timeout, and I put.
Yeah, and it just cuts off as you put him inside your quiver.
He's gonna get the silent treatment for a little bit. We'll rehash what's going on.
Perfect. All right, and so you begin making your way towards that area. The rest of you begin making your way to the area, and you can still see those two black and red dragonborn just kind of sitting there. There's a couple of other people with them, about 8 or 9 individuals. And as you approach, not only do you see them kind of sitting there bullshitting and talking, you also see in the middle of the huts that almost kind of obscured, but now that you're kind of in that area, you can see it. There's a large wooden pole just kind of like jammed in the middle of all of these huts. And there are 3 individuals chained to this pole, just kind of sitting backs to the pole, their arms up with chains. And they seem to be sleeping or dead. You're not sure at this moment. You could get closer to check, but you can see 3 individuals like that, heads down. Definitely bloodied. Definitely like their clothing is tattered and torn. 2 of them clothes not as torn, but still torn and bloodied as well. And as you approach, the group just kind of all looks up at you, like seeing that you're ready to talk. And that is where we're actually going to call it for the evening.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's getting late. I know there's just we've been gone for 2 weeks. We want to do a lot, but it is getting late, and I definitely want to leave some interesting intrigue for next week before we adjourn for the holidays.
Yeah.
I thought that bow was gonna just turn it all into like just a time to go. It's like, yeah, this Corporal just shot everybody.
Oh, that bow has a history, man. That bow has a terrible history. But great game. I'm so glad that we're back. I'm so glad to see you all. That was a great game.
It was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was definitely interesting. You are in the belly of the beast, as it were. So I'm very interested to see where this goes next week.
And no showing leg to mercenaries.
Just ankle, not the leg, just ankle.
So scandalous, Sasha.
Sexy ankles.
I worship soon.
Give
What
him
do
an
you
ankle,
want?
he'll take a shin.
I know.
No,
okay,
no.
okay, but I do worship soon, so.
All right. Very quickly, I would like to do a bunch of call outs because wow, did we get a lot of love over this stream. Oh my god. We wound up with a hype train. We got to a level 2. Thank you so much, everyone. So I want to holy shit, I want to thank so many people. So I Clutch Cheeks, thank you for following the channel. I love that name. Ty Dynamite gifting a tier 1 sub to Chloe. Thank you so much, Ty. We appreciate and love you so much. And Chloe, enjoy your tier 1 sub. As a reminder, if you are someone who wants to purchase any of our merch, anyone who is subbed to this channel does get instant discounts for purchasing that. So definitely take advantage of that. If you haven't purchased any Christmas items, any holiday items, they make great gifts. DJ Atkins, DJ, good to see you. Thank you so much for the resub for 4 months. Ty also once again with the resub, 13 months, Ty. Oh my god, thank you so much. Lady Poopsie, thank you again also for the resub of a tier 1 sub for 14 months. Oh my god, you people are amazing. Ty once again, Ty like the VIP of the stream tonight for the raid. Thank you so much. Grant Wilson, our buddy Grant Wilson, who's done so much for us. Thank you for the resub for 9 months. Grant, thank you so much. And since we have been gone for a while, stuff has happened that I also want to shout out. I would like to, let's see, I love this person. Thank you to Perky Lesbian Psycho for following our channel. I would like to also thank Dabbles in Dubs for following our channel. And Gaming Dragon, thank you also for the follow as well. And last but not least, our good buddy Gene, Unconventional Heroes, thank you so much for your purchase of merch. Granted, it is like, you are, like Gorple and Basha stuff, but you deserve it all because oh my god, amazing merch.
I mean, I'm definitely gonna get a Bocek shirt because he's my favorite.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then I have to get a Drovar one. I gotta collect it, and then I'll get the Amala one. I gotta collect the whole set.
Yeah. And thank you to all of you who have been watching, who stood with us this evening. Thank you so much for following. If you followed, thank you for watching. We appreciate and love you so much. And absolutely, once again, thank you to my patrons. Patrons have not only been are beginning to get all of these new perks and benefits with the 1 year anniversary of Players and Creators, but without them, it's more difficult to do some of the things that we've been able to do. There's so much coming down the pipeline. I wish I could, I've got kind of sprinkled tidbits here and there of stuff, but I don't want to spoil anything. But we will be back again next week for Tyranny of Dragons. We will see what happens from here on in. As we end, don't leave right away. We will be rating someone. We always rate someone that not only has supported us, but is deserving of our support. So when we raid them, please show them some love. Follow them if you haven't followed them. Say hello in the chat if you're so inclined. Just show them some love. Even if you're lurking and just want to watch, that's great too. But just remember, be kind to yourself, be kind to others, especially this holiday season. Remember that you matter. We care about you. We love you very much. And we will see you next time. Take care.